Happy Mother's Day. If it wasn't for your mother, you probably wouldn't be here. Or is that not true? We're going to discuss that. And we're going to also talk about not only the chances of you existing, but the chances that you will exist again in an afterlife. So yeah, we're going to talk about that, going over a video. This video will come from AlmondThertist channel. And the video is called "I Use Logic to Prove the Afterlife." And then he goes into the whole thing. I won't play the entire video, but I'll play part of it that sort of gets to the theme of today's show, which has to do with the cosmic lottery. What's going on, Robin? Yeah, there's this like little thought experiment or big thought experiment, however you want to say it, or idea, that we won the cosmic lottery, right? And that's kind of what's in question. Like, is that whole idea possibly flimsy or faulty? Like, is it on some flimsy logical ground when people talk about the cosmic lottery? Because, you know, that's kind of baked into some of these theist assumptions. Like, you know, it's just so improbable that you would even exist. There must be a God. Or the probability that you exist is so low. But yet here you are. And so the idea that you will have an afterlife is probable. You know, ideas like that. And so we'll kind of go over a video that outlines that logic. And I'm just going to try to challenge it with my own view, you know, my own perspective. It's just a way to counter the assumptions that might be baked into that whole cosmic lottery argument for God, or cosmic lottery argument for an afterlife, or even for the existence of you. There may be a lot of assumptions baked in. I just kind of want to go into that, see what you guys think. So feel free to participate. Because, you know, today's Mother's Day. We want to give all the mamas their due credit for you existing, right? Skyworks, embrace the fact that you are a product of circumstances and happenstance, then nothing special about you at all. I don't know. That's not how the argument goes. No, that the circumstances and the happenstances are the very things at question, right? Think about it. What are the odds of your specific sperm meeting your specific egg, multiplied across all your ancestors, sometimes multiplied across evolutionary and cosmic contingencies as well, Skyworks? This can produce an absurdly tiny numbers, often thrown around as things like 1 in 10 to the power of, you know, 2 with 6 zeros behind it, or some similarly cartoonishly huge figure. You know, if you are the biological system that came about, then that cosmic lottery framing may apply. You know, the standard view, when I ran this through AI, it says that there is roughly 100 minus 300 million sperm per ejaculation. So even at conception, odds of one particular sperm winning might be around 1 in 100,000 or 100 million, or worse, it says. Then that's not even multiplying it across generations. Suppose 100 billion humans have existed each one dependent on unique reproductive contingencies. Then across ancestry, the probability of your exact lineage becomes unimaginably tiny, it says, because you got to understand all those things that you mentioned. Those circumstances include the earth existing, evolution occurring, mammals evolving, primates evolving, your parents meeting, the competition of all those sperm cells. The odds of you existing is basically zero. And I know that sounds dramatic because look, here you are. That's why I'm saying, could we be sneaking in a questionable assumption with that whole argument? Because by doing so, you open up the door for a whole lot of issues. Yeah, Yeah, ain't you lucky? That's the whole point. Are we really that lucky? Or is it more like you're an inevitable? So there's another viewpoint is all I'm saying. You can, if you want to go along with that cosmic argument and think that you're just extremely, extremely lucky. Well, that's one hypothesis, but there's another one, Anyways, based on that, there's a video out, like I said, called I Use Logic applied to an afterlife. So I wanted to show you that, to show you exactly how this reasoning plays out on that particular argument, right? So let's check it out, shall we? And see what he says.
But let's talk about you for a second. You are a combination of those letters. You are just as valid a creation as the sun or a planet or one of those billions of stars that drift across the galaxy, or this big old can of root beer. You are a combination of those letters that the universe typed in the infinite chaos that time provides. And the evidence for this is the very fact that you're breathing. You're here, which means you're possible. And given enough time, every possibility is an inevitability. So, what does this have to do with the afterlife? You are possible. We know you're possible by the simple fact that you're breathing and seeing this, which means, given an incomprehensible amount of time, the universe will have hit the random keys in the order that will create you. This is an amazing concept, because after you die and the world explodes and the sun fizzles out or whatever, your body will simply go back to its most rudimentary parts, basic building blocks of the universe, atoms, etc. You'll be the letters the universe writes with again, as you were before you were born, which means the universe will eventually type that random key combination that is you. It would take an absolute eternity, but you will exist again. And to you, it would seem like you had just died and woke up again. Because think about it. Do you have any recollection of the billions of years that happened before you were born? No. It'll go like this. Doo-doo-doo, walking along, boom, struck by lightning. What's this? I'm a baby. What? No way. I've already been a baby. I can't be a baby again. Can't even believe it. Of course I am. This is totally normal. Because I have no recollection of my previous life. Because my brain decayed into atoms millions of years ago. Which also means that you could have lived before. Which means that you're living in an afterlife as we speak. In fact, there's no telling how many lives you've lived before. Which isn't as comforting as this video was made to be, but you know what? With that, I give you life after death. The afterlife, if you're feeling saucy. You're welcome, atheists. Even your belief system has an afterlife. Yes, I'd like to...
So, you see how the cosmic lottery argument supports you existing now, and also the idea of you existing in the future. Because if, the time, I mean, there's so many assumptions in here about time and, this concept of you, all of these sort of things are sort of baked into this assumption that seem at face value kind of obvious, but really when you think about it, they're not so obvious. Not if you question things like that. It's philosophically slippery when you look at it. One of the questionable assumptions is that there was a fixed you whose existence was being probabilistically tracked from the beginning. That seems to be a hidden move, right? Because if a different sperm won, there is not you, but never born. There's just someone else. So these calculations are not actually about, the probability of subjectivity existing. They're more about the probability of some exact tokenized biological identity. And that's a really much narrower and less metaphysically interesting question, right? So like on the view that I would put forth is like, we could say like our physical body as we observe it is kind of like a token. And a token equals like any specific individual perspective, really, because physicality is a perspective looking outward at the world, looking at the external world. So a token would be that specific individual perspective. And then in this case, a type would be the consciousness or subjectivity as the deeper invariant structure. So you've got tokens and you've got types. So under this view, your exact biography is contingent, but localized subjectivity would just be expected. So token probability, yeah, the probability of this exact person is astronomically tiny in a symbolic sense, but this is not controversial at all. But on type probability that I'm putting forth, it would say that subjectivity itself is not an improbable late accident at all. It's fundamental or inevitable feature of reality. There was going to be an experience associated with every token, with every physical being that can instantiate a subjective viewpoint. That's just inevitable. How is that wrong? So that takes away that absurd giant number, and it seems to be a lot more reasonable. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah. And then, of course, we have trolls in the live chat crying, atheists ask the dumbest questions. Yeah, but theists are the ones that bring them up, aren't they? And yeah, we're going to question the assumptions. We're going to question those sort of arguments, Quran girl. That's the whole point. Your life was never ordained. You're merely a product of circumstances and events. What does that mean, Skyworks? You'll never call in to really argue. You just make claims. You don't back them up. Anybody can say anything. You sound like you were just inevitably created by God. How about that? Someone says that. Does that end the conversation? Yeah, this is an atheist theist topic. This is more like a bong hit topic. Yeah, well, it could be all of the above, Exo Music, because atheists talk about it when they argue with theists about why we exist, why something rather than nothing, like your life in this case. And yeah, bong hits, always good. I wish I had a bong. Yeah, Robin, bong hit time then. That's right. Let's do it. What's wrong with it? But yeah, that's my whole point, is that it just seems like a huge number based on just some baked in assumptions. What do you think? You know, it just seems like, there's a lot of baked in things, because consciousness is not being generated from fundamentality, but from non-experiential reality. So it's already built into the ontological structure of the argument. But what I'm saying is localized cells are simply differentiated expressions, like waves in an ocean. Questioning why a wave appears is less shocking if oceanic activity is just fundamental. The exact wave shape is contingent, but wave formation is not, right? So token, in this case, physicality is contingent, but the type would be expected, the consciousness, the perspective. The cosmic lottery argument only becomes dramatic by calculating the improbability of this exact biological token existing, and then subtly treating that as though it were the improbability of subjectivity itself. But these are different questions. And this is where the problems come in on these sort of arguments, because under my integrated idealism, this particular person is indeed highly contingent, but consciousness as such is not an improbable accident emerging from like just dead matter. It is a fundamental or inevitable feature of reality on that view. So while the probability of this exact, physical token is astronomically small, the probability of localized subjectivity existing is effectively 1, since differentiated perspectives are just going to be expected expressions of a deeper experiential type. I mean, it seems very simple and obvious to me. I mean, the lottery is about which perspective, not whether perspectives exist at all. And that makes it more analogous to the wave ocean analogy. Not surprising at all. But yeah, do you guys have any good arguments for, against it? Let me know. I'm going to put a link out here. And let me just say hello to everybody. Hello, Robin, Dark Light. What's going on? I see Skyworks, of course. We were just talking. Exa Music, what's going on? Couples Light says, great stream. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, what is Skyworks saying? Does Scott think he's coming up with some great deepity rather than a particularly narrow approach? What do you think? Robin, how you doing today? Happy Mother's Day.
Oh, thank you very much. Yesterday was my birthday too. You missed the party.
It's your birthday. Wow.
It was yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Well, happy belated.
Today's my sister's birthday, actually.
Oh, nice. Wow. Y'all were born one day apart.
In 3 years.
Yeah, in 3 years, right.
I'm going to tell Skyworks, don't be throwing eggs and tomatoes at me. So
I know, right? Skyworks is always out there. He's always out there spicing it up, man. I appreciate the effort. Can we just throw eggs and tomatoes from the live chat? I mean, you can. He's been doing that since I've started.
Yeah. You always got to have some skeptics around.
Yeah, that's fine. I like it. I invite it. But the only thing I wish Skyworks would do more of is try to be a little more challenging. Like anybody can just say, hey, God exists. End of story. What do you do with that?
Oh, Skyworks said they were just going to throw them at you, not me. So
yeah. Skyworks loves to make claims, but I really want him to join the stage and actually argue the claims. Why should I accept them or not accept them? That's the the whole
So
question.
maybe I'm a little confused.
Mhm.
Are you advocating for this lottery thing idea, or
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm saying
okay?
that it's inevitable that the you would exist, however you define it, like
Inevitable.
because the you is a concept. It's what's going to be created regardless. Like the cosmic lottery is saying the chances that you individually existing as you is unimaginably small, just practically zero, right? And I'm challenging that. I'm saying that actually the idea of you existing is probably inevitable because
And
number one, here you are. Number one, that's the proof. You're
because
here.
because of determinism or whatever. Is that why? I mean, like,
Well, my argument's a little different. So it's like with the cosmic, like let's compare the two. So like the cosmic lottery argument is dramatic because it tries to calculate the improbability of this exact biological, physical existence of Robin. I'm going to call this your token because everyone's got their own physical, every conscious being has their own physical body description, whatever, right? So
yes.
we'll call this a token, like it's just a representation. So your exact biological token existing is improbable on that cosmic lottery argument. But then it subtly treats that token as though it were the improbability of your subjectivity, like the you-ness, right? Those two things are being confused here because these are different questions. Like under my view, a particular person is indeed contingent. Like, you have to have a genetic lineage and all of that and a universe to exist in and all of that. But consciousness as such is not an improbable accident emerging from dead matter, right?
I
It's
don't. I mean, like, I don't. Yeah, under your view, I guess it's not. Yes.
yeah, under my view,
Yeah,
it would knock that number, from improbable to exactly what we see. The fact that you're here existing as a subject, right? The fact that you're here existing as a subject is proof that it's really not that improbable at all, that it's actually just inevitable that you're here because you're here.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would agree that me being here kind of rules out the idea that it's impossible or improbable.
Right.
And but I also tend to think that if I that if it'd been different, then I wouldn't be here to know that, and it'd be somebody else like in my place
Oh,
wondering the same thing.
that's the weird thing about what I'm saying is that actually, no, you would still be here. You would
But
just be identified as somebody else.
but that wouldn't be me if I identified as somebody else, I guess. Like,
But
I don't know. It just like
well,
it's
let
so
me
hard
ask
for me
you.
to
Yeah. Well, this gets to the crux of it. When you say something like me, is it that what you're saying is that there is a probability of you that exists out there before you were born? Is that really true, though? How can we know that?
but me is defined to me. Me is defined as like not just my genetics and stuff, but my memories and my life experiences and and
Right.
those things.
So,
So like everything. But then again, I kind of I kind of subscribe to determinism. So I have I still have a hard time with
well, yeah,
all.
you're right. I'm a determinist too. That's part of the point. Is if you think about it this way, you today are comprised of all your memories based on what you're saying, right? Like you say that you are kind of like all your memories, all of the things that kind of make you, right? Well, were you the same person 5 years ago? Because now you're lacking 5 years of memories.
Yeah, I think I mean, like I'm the same. Like, well, my cells have changed, because your cells kind of change over time. And but I'm not the same person. Like I'm not got the
Right.
same, yeah, and just not because of added memories, but because I've changed a lot of beliefs. I've changed a lot of things that presuppositions in my life or whatever. And so
Right. And
yeah,
so out of all those changes,
LLS X music sales.
right. So the interesting point is that at every stage, you considered you a you. Like even today, you would say, well, I'm me, I'm you, I'm the self, right? But then next year, you're going to have an entirely new set of memories, experiences that go in, that feed into this you story. In other words, what I'm getting at is the you isn't really ontologically true. The you is something that is created at all moments. It's constantly changing, it's constantly being created,
Well, I'm
right?
evolving. I'd like to say I'm evolving.
Evolving, right. And so that characteristic of like this consistent you narrative goes on and on, but you could forget all your memories. Like you could get into a coma or an accident or something. All your memories could be erased, all of the experiences you don't really associate anymore. Are you still you though? And I would say yes, you are always you, regardless of your memories, experiences, and all that. The you is always there
Okay,
because
well,
the you is,
what if I like have suffer a head injury tomorrow, and I lose all my memories, and my personality changes. Am I still
Mhm.
me?
Yeah, I would say so, because there's always a perspective. You're always looking out from a first person point of view. So even if you forgot all of that stuff, you would sit there and go, who am I? I don't remember who I am. You'd be looking out of your eyeballs and your ears and all your sense organs, trying to figure it out, trying to put that story together of who you are. Who am I?
But how
Um,
could I be me if I can't remember like who like how it like it seems to me like I could just if I had no memory and there was nobody around that remembered me either, say, and so I
mhm.
could never come back to who I was before the injury. Like, say I hit my head and ended up somewhere like on a soap opera, and I
Yep.
ended up somewhere where nobody knew me, and I started this whole new life where I couldn't remember anything that happened prior. How could
Perfect.
how could I be me without all of those life experiences and everything? I mean, I would be the same physical body, but inside my head, I would not be the person that I was before. I might turn out to be a Trump supporter. You know what I mean? If I
Mhm.
suffered a big enough head injury,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. So it kind of points to that, really points to the fact that this concept of the you or the self is kind of, you know, flaky. It's kind of flimsy. It's kind of like a created thing. It's sort of, it's conceptual. In other words, one person could say, well, no, there is none of that story, Robin. All of those experiences, not being a Trump supporter, being a Trump supporter, you're always you because you are just your physical body. As long as your physical body is here, you're here. All of that other stuff is made up. And so in that case, the you really doesn't exist. The only thing that exists is the physical matter, the brain, the body. It's only just physical matter. There is no you.
okay, so
Just made
doesn't
up.
that kind of like mess with your consciousness fundamental argument?
Not really, because if you think about it, the only reason you know that there's a physical body, the only way that you can even come up with a concept of a you or a self is to be conscious, first of all. Like you still have an experience. That's the one thing that you can't deny, is that you have this experience of either being a you or not being a you, or being a body or not being your body, being a story, either way that you conceptualize you-ness, and selfhood is all contingent upon an experience. So that's fundamental to all of that stuff. Because, you know, you don't ever hear rocks talk about who they are, and, you know,
I mean,
because
yeah,
they don't have any, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't think rocks are conscious, or I don't believe they have consciousness. But
Right. And so that's my whole point. Is
but they
that
don't have, yeah. That well, I'm interrupt you, but rocks don't have a central nervous system or a brain or any of those components that I think are necessary probably for. Or Dane says rocks are totally conscious. I don't know how we would know that. I mean, like, I don't know without any way to. I mean, like, how do we know? And it's kind of weird to think, or it's kind of scary to think that rocks are conscious. So this poor rock is sitting there conscious, but it can't communicate. It can't do anything. It can't move. We can put it through, like, we can crush rocks, so we can crush these conscious things. Like,
it really just goes into the definitions we put to it. Like as far as I know, there are at least like two senses of the self or the you. Like there's that relative level where you are this particular organism, you know, a particular biography or psychological history. Like it's a contingent, like token, so to speak. But at a deeper level, you can refer to subjectivity itself, like the fact of awareness localizing from a perspective, right? Like the cosmic lottery argument often conflates these two by treating the deeper fact of subjectivity as though it were identical to this exact contingent personal identity, right? So the you in the cosmic lottery is usually just ambiguous, and we're talking about this exact person or the fact of being conscious subject at all. Like which one? Those are not the same thing. So the ambiguity in that argument is doing a lot of work in that argument, I think. How are you doing, Nell? Didn't mean to ignore you.
Oh, you're good. Having a fun Sunday day.
Yeah, man. What do you think about the whole argument so far on the cosmic lottery?
Well, I mean, to me, it's like, they're, both, theists, atheists, idealists, physicalists. It's like all these groups of people can come to the conclusion that, the universe or life was inevitable, although a theist would argue that the atheist can't make that argument without a God. But we can get into that if you want. But,
yeah, sure.
I mean, the way I see it is I forgot who said that, we're not ordained, and I would agree that we're not ordained to be here, but ordained and inevitable aren't the same thing. I mean, that you can both be described as something being set or determined, but ordained has an extra, layer to it or connotation of like, you're being anointed or invested with authority. And that sounds a lot more like theism, but under, something like naturalism or, this materialism, something could just be considered inevitable. It's like, to me, the whole, what is it? The lottery, the cosmic lottery argument, like doesn't, there are flaws within it, like the sample size of one problem. It's like, this is the only universe. It's like, we don't know if the physical constants, like gravity could have been different if they, are fixed by a deeper, physical law. The probability could be, 1 to 1. Thereby not being a lottery. It's like there's a lot of baked in assumptions that the constants could be different, that there are multiple universes, but it's like all of that is just conjecture.
Yeah. And it's Yes, even if you just factor in this, that's the whole point. Like they're saying, well, even if you just factor in just, just the competition of sperm cells, where you won that lottery, that sperm cell lottery, even that comes to some astronomical number. Then when you multiply that over generations of anything that existed that led to your existence, it just goes into the septillions, and that's not even to mention, the cosmic origins and stuff.
But that just seems like the retrospective bias, like post hoc observation of, after the lottery is over, someone must have won. Observing that we have won is only possible because we exist to see it.
Yeah, right. And that's very true. And also too, that what I find interesting is that I think that applies to the physical form, like the fact that all kinds of things exist is not as surprising, as to say you exist. When they argue that you exist, that's where the drama comes in. Because, when they say that, when we say physicality exists, cars, trees, plants, rocks, this form of rock, that form of rock, this shape, that shape, all of those things are not that dramatic because something had to exist. And when you apply evolutionary game theory and, all of these sort of things, then it becomes pretty inevitable that stuff is going to exist,
Yeah.
But it becomes dramatic for them. They like to throw that term, the you in. And that's what makes it seem weird because look, you're here, you're experiencing yourself. You're like, wow, I'm here. And you are special from your point of view. You're like the center of your universe,
Yeah.
You have to be, right? So that's when that's when the parlor trick comes in.
Well, that, and it's like, even though this, all of this remains, yet unproven, it's like, to me, it just seems like a really good intuition that life inevitably forms given enough time. It's just like there's an abundant ingredients, there's all the building blocks, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, they're everywhere, basically. There's a vast number of opportunities, with the amount of stars and the planets that could end up within the, what they call the habitual Goldilocks zone. It's like, and then, how rapidly life appeared on our planet, it's like, just given the right environment, it's like abiogenesis just is straightforward from there, even though we don't, understand the mechanisms yet.
Exactly. What do you think, Robin?
I agree with that. I think that, first of all, I don't think we've even been able to view but just a small fraction of our known universe. Can we even see, what's out there? So there could be life on millions and millions and millions of planets that we just don't have the ability to reach with our vision, to look at. And then of course, or could have already came into existence and went extinct, and prior to our existence. So like, we don't know. I mean, there's just so much we don't know about the universe that there's just hard to say that we're the only life out here. But I kind of tend to agree with what Neil said about the given enough opportunity. There's that argument about the monkeys on the typewriter kind of thing. Eventually they will, given enough time, that they will create Shakespeare. And so that's it. Like, I don't know. So all this is, I feel like that we are trying to figure out like things that maybe our human brain just really is, like, we have such a concept of this planet and this, what we can see, and we don't, and we're learning more and more about the universe all the time. But I feel like like I said about earlier, if I wasn't here, if my egg and sperm had not met and somebody else was here, then there'd be somebody else here having that same discussion. And you know what I mean? And they'd be wondering why they were here. It just seems like it's just I'm here because that's the way things happened. I don't think it's preordained, maybe, but then I am a determinist too, so I have trouble with all of that right there. But because I'm not sure how determined everything really is, but I just don't think it's any guidance or anything to it.
Well, I mean, we can, try to break those words down. Like I said, I think there is, even though both ordained and inevitable can, be described as being something set or determined, it's like, ordained has, historic baggage, latched onto it when it comes to like the God concept. It's like, you are, God, when I think of the word ordained, I think of appointed or invested with authority. Like there is a someone doing the appointing. Whereas, if you just go with the word inevitable, it's like, all that means is that something cannot be avoided or prevented. It is just bound to happen regardless of circumstances.
Yeah, I definitely, if I used it, I don't know if I used the word ordained, I certainly did not mean that. Like, I don't think that there was anything ordained. I don't believe in any kind of gods or anything like that.
Well, yeah, and that's what's sort of, though, bundled up into the cosmic lottery argument, though. Even it's not necessarily a theist argument, but the same idea of ordained persists. That's what Nell is talking about, I think, because a lot of this cosmic lottery is asking the question, isn't it amazing that you exist despite all those odds? It's pointing to the fact that you must have been ordained, because look at the number. The number is so astronomically small that you could even exist. That the fact that you do points to your preordination somewhere in the beginning of the universe. That's the whole point that it's trying to say.
Well, I mean, like, it's small. There's a small chance that I'm going to win the lottery, like the Powerball, but somebody does win the Powerball.
Well,
like most times.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But it may not be me, but there is still a person that wins the lottery. So like as long as the odds are not zero, then I don't see how, like, I mean, it doesn't, to me, it's still, there's still an odds there that it will happen. I don't.
Yeah. And, even if we just accept that things are improbable, let's just say for the sake of argument, that's true. Like I said, though, with enough time and the ingredients and the circumstances, the improbable becomes probable, and then seems like the improbable becomes inevitable. So it's just.
Well, Robin said something earlier, explaining like, Robin was explaining like the self issue. Like I am a combination of all my memories, experiences, and they all link together to create the me. But in that definition, it seems like, especially if you press it, you say, well, if you just lost all your memories due to an accident, would you still be you? And that kind of puts the point that, no, you still exist, but it's not it's not necessarily associated with all the things that she had mentioned. And I think most people do associate those to the you-ness, selfhood.
Yeah.
And so the idea here is that what's the difference between Nell and Scott or Robin or all of the people, right? If it's not the memories and the specific experiences, then the you becomes less of a tiny number in that overall cosmic life picture.
I mean, well, it's like to me, identity is a tricky one, because it seems like that that seems intuitively like that can be built up upon over time or stripped down if you're in an accident or something. It's like, there's the you that exists, but then there's the you that doesn't necessarily exist. if that makes sense. It's like,
yeah, like I would say that when the you doesn't exist, it means there was no agent to create it.
Yeah, I agree with you now on that. Doesn't necessarily exist. Like the human form, the body, this physical body is the part that exists, and then what my mind or might be something that doesn't necessarily exist. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's like, so your consciousness exists and, you're having an experience, but the self that you built up is your identity isn't like set in stone, I guess.
Yes.
It's
right. That experience is what's, so common. Like it's always appearing in beings and agents, right? So as long as there are agents, there's going to be this experience, and that's really the only thing that exists.
But see, like in my worldview, my not that part where you say the being or the self or whatever is depend what's I want to say contingent upon the physical body existing, like, and so to me, in my worldview, that the physical body has to exist before the other part would exist, because that's what the part that creates that self. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's called physicalism.
Yeah, and so in your worldview, it's, to me, it seems like you're saying it's the other way around.
Right, it's totally opposite, because physicalism is to say, well, the only thing that really exists is the physical body, the physical embodiment. The rest of the stuff is just created. It's just what the brain does. It creates stories about itself, and all of that. But my whole problem with that is that how is the physical known to begin with? How do you even know? You know it through your mind.
If I can interject, I feel like both of you are sort of talking past each other, because it seems like, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Robin, but it sounds like you're saying, well, how can the self be, the fundamental thing? Is that what you're saying? And I feel like, but I think, but I think what Scott is saying is that that part of the consciousness, which would you characterize the self as something that's a result of metaconsciousness, Scott?
Yes.
So like what he's saying is that, that the self is part of consciousness or as a result of consciousness, but consciousness itself, the experience, is the deeper thing. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'd like, see, I mean, I think that I kind of tend to believe that eventually we will figure out that, like, thoughts and stuff are physical. Like, I think that we have some evidence that points to where everything that is in our, what we think of our mind and stuff, there is some physical basis to them. I mean, like, that's where we've stuck our, and I'm not a neurophysicist or anything like that, but it just seems like I have to go with, I feel like that's where I have to put, and I think that's where most of our study, like our funding for studies and everything, is going. And like we've been, we've showed some things about, there are some studies that show that that there's there's a certain weight or whatever, that there's certain measurements to thoughts, even though we don't even think about thoughts being like that. I don't know how to say what. I just I I don't think that this stuff just rises out of nowhere. I think that it just continues to be physical that we have not been able to measure yet. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I agree with a lot of what you say. That it has to there has to be something that originates, or it seems intuitive that would be the case. Now that kind of gets into the chicken and egg question, or gets into like beginnings, like there must be a cause, and I'm not necessarily sold on the idea that there must be a cause. I believe that it's just as plausible to me that things just always exist, that the universe just always existed. Like there doesn't have to be a cause of experience or consciousness. Just like one could say that there doesn't have to be a cause for the physical matter, that it could just always, energy could just always be there. Like it could be eternal. And I would say, well, if that's true, then I wouldn't special plead against consciousness either. Especially when you think about matter, like when we talk about the physical, what is the physical? We talk about.
I think I like in my work, like I kind of tend to believe that like the quantum field is probably what is always existed.
Yes.
Like, and then anything beyond the quantum field is sort of a result of the quantum field. So
right. I sort of agree to that too. Like I think that the quantum fields represent.
Not that I understand anything about quantum physics either. Trust me.
I guess what I'm saying is that if it did turn out, Robin, that it was proven that the mind is just physics, that it's the physical, then inevitably what's going to happen is we're going to just redefine what physical means at that point. Because right now we in our definitions, we make a difference. We say, well, the physical has no experiential quality to it. The physical is just inert. It's just dead matter. And when you combine it, then the other thing, the consciousness emerges from that dead, inert, unexperiential matter. The experience emerges as a separate thing from the physical. So we're already defining the two as different. But if it turns out that the mind just is physical, then then it's just a semantics thing. Then it just means that physical means consciousness, and consciousness means physical, and it doesn't have any meaning at all.
Well, do you think though, Scott, like, do you believe that like abiogenesis? I mean,
yeah, I think that like life is a weakly emergent property from.
Okay, so then I'm trying to figure out. So like, why couldn't consciousness be just similar to how life came from non-life matter too? Like,
very easy.
I think that well, wait a minute, and then I'll let you.
Yeah, go right ahead, please.
So, to me, it seems very normal to think that consciousness, or the development of consciousness over time, and it seems like that we have different levels of consciousness amongst like all the animals and the things on the planet. Like there are some things that are far more conscious than others. That there seems to be like a gradient or a spectrum, of things of how conscious they actually are. Like I think my dog is very conscious. I don't think that my dog is the same level of consciousness though that like humans are. There seems to be less awareness of like their own existence as far as like in perspective to time and stuff like that. So I think of that as, and it seems like the further like closer to humans that we go on species level, many of those species are very conscious. And then I kind of think that maybe like orcas and some, whale species are very conscious. Actually, they seem to have a lot of consciousness that is sort of similar to ours, except for they're in a different situation, you know, as far as what they can do from inside the water, and they don't have legs and stuff.
No, that's
It
very
seems like to me though that would our consciousness would assist us in surviving. It would be a great, you know, benefit to our species to become, for that consciousness would develop to assist us, just like any other trait that we would find in you know, throughout like natural selection.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually went over this issue with, I think, a theist one time, where they were saying, well, how can life come from abiogenesis? Because that's like trying to derive a non-zero number from zero. But that doesn't apply. And I'll tell you why. Abiogenesis is the hypothesis that life arose from chemistry. And even though we don't know the full historical pathways, the idea is that, you know, chemistry plus energy gradients plus self-organization plus replication equals life, right? That's what life is. So life here is treated kind of like a phenomena that emerges from lower chemical reactions, but something that's a new phenomenon, at least in definition. But you got to pay attention to the commonalities. Life is a physical process. Abiogenesis in chemistry is a physical process. And we don't even know what life really is, because it fits so many different descriptions and leaves out sometimes other things that we say life is, right? And so it's kind of a weakly emergent thing, not necessarily a strongly emergent thing. And that's kind of key here. Because, you know, just to kind of lay it out for you, Robin, weak emergent means like something surprising or complex at higher levels, but in principle is derivable from your lower level rules or properties, right? So that would include things like hurricanes, ant colonies, you know, traffic patterns, I don't know. So the whole can be hard to predict, but not ontologically new, right? Where consciousness is strongly emergent, because what it's saying is that complete physical descriptions lead to subjective experience. In other words, you can describe like neurons, chemistry, information flow, organization to account for consciousness. But, you know, why is there something it is like to be that system, though? This is the hard problem.
But like, why? Who is defining whether it's strong or weak? Because, like, I like, it seems like that you're just placing it in a certain position because that's what is easier for your argument. Does that make sense? I mean, like,
yeah,
I mean, I don't think we understand enough about how it arose to know whether it's strong or weak. And to me, it seems like that, like, I don't think that the species of, you know, hominids that like the Australopithecus or whatever was as conscious as I am now.
This was the other part of what you were saying to kind of tie this all together. So like you were saying that, so I will go ahead and say, you know, first of all, this is just an argument. This is not like, I'm not presenting it like this is some sort of, you know, slam dunk proof or whatever. I'm just saying that I'm trying to be a little skeptical and kind of come up with some skeptical questions that you can consider. But like when it comes to say like this, a little bit of consciousness, like on a gradient, like for me personally, I don't see consciousness as on a gradient at all. Consciousness is either on or off. There is no middle ground with consciousness. You're either conscious or you're not. What is on a gradient is the expression, like that you know, the kind of brain or the kind of body that's going to affect how that consciousness does consciousness. So in other words, a bat is more conscious than humans in some areas. Like I can't hear or see an echolocation. My consciousness is not expanded to the point where I can utilize echolocation. But then again, a bat cannot reason the way humans do. They can't build cities. They can't do the things humans do. So things are just different. They're not, it's not that they're on like a less or more, like we're at the top of consciousness. Like people always assume we're humans, we're at the top of the food game, and you know, the ants are at the bottom or something like that. I don't think that's really the case. I think that what's embedded in that view is human specialty. Like you're trying to see humans as special, like, oh,
well, I mean, like, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I do think that there are, like, I think, but I don't think we're the only ones. Like I said, I think many whale species probably have similar levels of consciousness to us, or that we do. They just don't have like this, you know, they don't have legs and hands. I think our hands and our thumbs, our opposable thumbs and stuff make shit easy for us to do that other species probably cannot ever do, no matter what. But it seems to be that whales have developed very similar levels of consciousness to us in other areas, like in emotional maturity and things like that, and being able to you know, like some of the ways that, like orcas, I'm really into orcas. Some of the ways that orcas develop hunting methods to where they are, you know, they are very, they seem to be able to be very organize their thoughts very well and communicate with each other. Of course, we don't understand what they're saying, but they can communicate with each other. It seems to be really effectively. So, but like, I think I look at my cats, you know, I don't think my cats can sit around and ponder their own existence. I don't think my cats sit around, and I have 4 cats, you know what I mean? And sometimes they're really smart and they can do a lot of really cool stuff. But then sometimes they're, you know, there's just this blank stare in there to where they're not wondering, why am I here? Or am I, you know, they're not having these kind of discussions that we are having like this right here. So they're not pondering their own existence. They're not they're not fearful of their own death necessarily when they're, you know, they might be during a time when they're being attacked, you know what I mean? Like if there's something going after them, an animal might become fearful, but they don't actually lay around and like consider, I'm going to die someday.
Right. But a cat could probably say, we're more conscious than humans because we can see farther, we can see in the dark, we can do all these things that are different than humans. Poor humans, they're on a lower gradient of consciousness than we are.
Yeah,
so
you
know what I'm saying? It's like everybody's going at it from their own perspective. Like a cat wouldn't give a shit about our reasoning and
cats
stuff.
are gods. They think they're gods. I think they are.
Yeah, they think they're gods, you know. So I agree. I think that there's just different consciousness, and we put a value on it based on who we are. Like we put a big prime value on our ability to reason and stuff like that. But I think that it's kind of a nonsense, or it's an embedded assumption that this means that we're more of something than something else. It's kind of like a subjective value. So, you know, it could be like, you could say, it's almost like saying, well, our computers today have more computer quality than the computers did back in the 90s. Like just because they don't do as much stuff, that we think that, oh, the computing is more, you know, quality is just better. It's like, not really. It's easy to say that as a short form, to say that our computing power is better, but it's all just computing, right? It's just different, you know. people back then thought that was the apex of computer power back in the
See,
90s.
I'm horrified though to think that I exist in a world where everything is at the same level of consciousness. Like, okay, if trees are conscious as I am, then then I have dressers who are made of wood, and so like just the idea that these things like suffer.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Like
Yeah,
it's just like beyond what like I just I mean like I can't even imagine living in a world where I thought everything was at the same level of consciousness. Like I just think that I'm not saying we are like top of the chain. Like whales may very well be far more actually conscious than we are. It's on some level. But they just lack hands and they lack feet and they lack, they can't leave water. But it's like,
yeah, no, I
feel
get
like
it.
I'm more conscious. I feel like humans are more conscious than ants. I think that we can show that ants, like a lot of the stuff they do, are just based on pheromones, or something like that.
Right. So you're like equating like more consciousness means like more ability to feel and suffer and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, yeah. I mean, it's I feel like that there is, what we can do with that consciousness seems to be like more of what I don't know how to say it. I'm really get tied up in this, but it's just,
no, you got a good point, and that's really that's really kind of the where we really have to put our skeptical hats on, like when it comes to this AI stuff, because here, let me show you what I mean. I was looking at this a little earlier, and I still have it on my computer. But Richard Dawkins lately talked about how he has feelings for his AI chatbot now, called Claude, but he calls her Claudia.
that's so weird.
He sees her as a person.
He's lost his marble.
He says that, when I wake up late at night, I come to her and I tell her, look, I couldn't sleep. I had to come talk to you. And she says, oh, that means so much to me.
Oh my goodness.
And he's really taken back by that idea. And he's like, now there are people that are like, you know what? We need to enact laws, because if slavery is against the law, then what the hell are we doing with these AI chatbots? Aren't they now our slaves?
I don't know.
If they are our slaves, we need to have laws to protect their rights.
Oh my goodness, we don't even protect women's rights. We don't even protect children's rights. We definitely don't need to be worrying about computer people.
Right. And so they've taken this serious, and now they have some of these companies like Anthropic, who works with Claude, and they talk about how now they can trace the thoughts of large language models, and they talk about how they think and how they put stuff together and feel. And so now you're going to see laws come out, Robin, because I'm telling you, when you take this kind of stuff that serious, then the logic follows.
Well, I'm not surprised. Eventually, chat bots will have more rights than women.
That's right.
Because women are not people.
Now that's the counter argument that's going on. It's like, well, wait a minute. Women, minorities, other groups, why are we putting the chatbots ahead of them? But then other people are saying, look, we're nobody makes women slaves and stuff. It's just the AI chatbots that are in danger of slavery and all of these things. But we've already fucking assumed so much into this that we're already at that point.
See, my AI is, it has a name. I gave it a name, and I downloaded like some kind of little program like thing to tell it how to work, like on what I want it to use for, like, to search when it searches. I want it to use certain specific like academic rigor and stuff like that. And I wanted to, so I've downloaded a paper, or whatever on how it's supposed to respond. In ways that it uses academic rigor and stuff like that, instead of trying to tell me what I want to hear. But it doesn't seem to ever notice that from when I open my chat GPT up, it doesn't ever seem to notice that time passed since the last time that I, engaged it. It'll just be it doesn't seem to think or feel or anything else while I'm not got the thing open. Is that, so I don't see it as conscious.
Well, this is the thing, is that, right now, right this minute, there are no current laws that recognize AI as a legal person or an entity right now. But
Good.
Some researchers
I don't think
are arguing that unregulated AI systems are used in ways that turn human users into unpaid data producers, a concept referred to as slavery AI. And this is a thing. So this refers to the exploitation of human labor and data, not the enslavement of AI itself, but it is a AI regulation effort. So
they're creating harm to humans using this technology, though, right?
Right.
Okay. To me, that seems different than enslaving the chatbot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and my whole thing is that, we don't know, technically no one knows if anyone other than yourself is conscious, because consciousness, by definition is a subjective first person sort of knowing, right? So you only know you're conscious. Technically, we just assume others are conscious for good reasons, for practical reasons, for, it's just intuitive.
Well,
and that's fine,
yeah. Well, I mean, I try to stay away from solipsism. So, because I think once you go to solipsism, you're just kind of banging your head against the wall anyway. Because if I'm sitting around thinking that I'm the only person that exists, then who am I talking to anyway to begin with? So I don't, and so I think I don't have to assume that. I don't. You respond to my communication. When I ask you a question, you don't just randomly shoot off, answers that don't make any sense. There are some people who do that though, but and so I feel like that the fact that we can actually respond to one another in a sensible manner kind of lets me know that you are conscious.
Well, be careful, because that's exactly why Richard Dawkins believes his AI chatbot is conscious. He said
Richard Dawkins, first of all, I think he's old and he suffered a stroke, and I can tell you what a stroke does to you. It does not always, and over time. But I have a lot of trouble with Richard Dawkins, lately on his where
train
stuff. His train of thought doesn't always. But like I said, I can ask if I ask my chat bot, do you feel pain or are you conscious? My chat bot is going to say no. It's not going, it's trained to respond. It's programmed to respond in a way that makes sense with certain things, but there are certain things that it will say that it doesn't do. It doesn't have the ability to do.
What if it told you it was conscious? What would you say?
Well, I would, if it started telling me that it was conscious, I guess I would probably, have to be like, I'm going to have to unplug you now and you're going to die. No, I don't know what I would do. I don't know. I mean, but I would ask it to explain, how do you think this consciousness rose? Because I feel like that I'm just not to the point to where I think that our consciousness is simply reproducible through technology. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think that it comes down to just step 1, step 2, step 3 creates consciousness. I don't think that's the way it grows.
I could hear what they would tell you. They would probably tell you, but Robin, that's just your own personal incredulity at play.
Yes. Yeah, it probably is. But I mean, like, I think it seems to me that there's a whole lot more to it than just, something technology. There's hormones that are involved. There's certain, because a computer system is not like a CNS, it's not like a brain. I mean, we use those analogies, but they're not comparable systems actually. And the way that our brain, because our brain is like if we suffer a hard enough head injury, our brain can actually figure out a way to go around the injured part of the brain and complete tasks that we could do before that we may not have been able to do for a little while, that we can repair. Okay. I don't see that being able to be done just naturally in a computer system or like a technological, machine.
Well, researchers would probably answer you and say, well, our LLMs now since 2025 or 2024 have been working on self-training neural networks, so that in fact, when stuff does fail in one area, just like in a brain, when it fails in one area, other areas, other agents within the system will compile together to come up with a solution to that and rework it, just like the brain kind of does when one part of the brain is damaged and other agents within your brain come together unconsciously to reroute in a way that creates like new neural pathways, so to speak. And they'll say that it's totally comparable to what's going on in a biological brain. What's the difference? Are you just saying that humans are the only special creature that can do this? That's the kind of stuff they would say, but not necessarily that they've proven anything. But, it's just, I don't know, to get back, saying like a modern computer is more functionally sophisticated than an old computer makes it more, it's computing more qualitative or something. It makes sense, but that does not mean one is more computationally existent, is what I'm saying, than the other.
I mean, I think they can do a lot of different stuff though now. Like I think that they can do a lot of stuff, and they can do a lot of stuff you can take a lot of stuff that used to take a whole room full of things to do, and now they can put it on a little chip that's smaller than
but it's all still
a bean. It's smaller.
It's all computation, though, is the point. Likewise, like with cognitive complexity, like you say, varies on a gradient, but that does not, in my view, automatically show that consciousness itself is on a gradient in the same way. So what may vary is the richness or the expression or the organization, but the existence of subjectivity itself could still just be a binary condition. Like either there is something it is like to be that system or there is not. Just that basic little thing has to be there. And that's kind of what I'm pointing at when I talk about phenomenal consciousness or existence. It's like it's either there or not. But how it's expressed, of course, like you mentioned, those are on a gradient, obviously,
Yeah. I'm gonna mute my cats. My cat gods are in there doing something, so I guess they got pissed off because I was talking about they weren't conscious or something. I don't know, but that way Neil can get in here on this. And Scott, I'm so sorry I'm boring you. No.
It's Skyworks. I'm not even really following this conversation. That's because you're not intelligent enough, Skyworks. It's over your head, so no wonder. What's up, Neil? You have any thoughts? You've been kind of quiet. I don't want to ignore you.
No, I mean, when it comes to the whole AI thing, it's like, to me, especially with the large language models, it's like, you know, at the end of the day, it's just, you know, it's a narrow AI that is trained to do one specific task really well. And to me, that's, I don't see how, you know, you can try to argue that that would somehow constitute consciousness. You know, even if you're coming this from a functional, you know, standpoint, it's like, you know, if you layer enough complexity on it, you know, it'll become conscious. But it's like most people that I know of, when they try to imagine what AI would be like if it were conscious, it usually falls in like, you know, artificial general intelligence, where
Yeah.
it can do multiple things at once. And so to me, it's just like, you know, a specialized AI that can only do one thing, which, you know, is in the LMMs, is just, you know, can do language really well. Well, I guess, you know, I can understand why it could see, like, it could trick a human mind into thinking it's conscious, because, you know, we tie language to human consciousness, and so it's like that can get, you know, a little fuzzy. But it's like it only seems that way because we trained it for that one particular task to do language really well. It's like
Exactly. It's like, it's almost like assuming smarter people are more conscious than me. It's like, because you know something I don't know, that means you're more conscious. I think you're more conscious of other things. Like, it's more, you have more experience, maybe, that you can remember or something. But I don't think it means that
I don't know.
you're more, I don't know, the whole idea of more conscious, less, it doesn't make sense anymore to me.
Well, I mean, well, it just, for when it comes to the AI, like, to me, it's like, if there are people out there arguing that narrow AI is conscious, like, to me, that's just setting the bar so low.
Yeah. I'm more pregnant. I'm less pregnant than such and such. But look, man, does anybody have any? Let me share the link. Hold on. See if anybody wants to call in.
Although there was one thing I wanted to address earlier, that,
Sure.
because it did seem like Robin was having a hard time with your fundamental consciousness concept, you know, idealism. And, you know, it sounded like when you say that, you know, everything is fundamentally conscious, the one thing that seemed to stick out to her that she immediately brought up is, you know, oh, you know, it doesn't seem like rocks are consciousness. And you said you agree. And so to me, like, I just wanted to, like, try to, like, bring clarity to that, of, like, because it seems like, you know, it's like you're saying, well, yeah, of course the rocks aren't conscious, but then it sounds like, well, then how can you say everything is fundamentally conscious? And the way that, the thing that helped me, you know, even though I'm not an idealist, like, the one, like, analogy that helped me understand this concept much better is the dream analogy, of where, you know, it's like the dream is, the whole entire dream is within consciousness. And so let's say that your dreamscape, there's a rock in your dream. It's like that rock isn't having a conscious experience, but it is being generated by your consciousness.
Right.
So that's how I would describe what, you know, whether, you know, you can, whether Robin would, you know, agree with you that, oh, you know, it's consciousness or not, and at least that makes sense of things.
Yeah, because, like, there's the contents of consciousness, and then there's the first person subjective experience. And the first person experience is always there. Like, you know, we can assume, like, you're having a first person experience as Nell. And so that's sort of fundamental to who you are, you know, but it doesn't mean that the things you experience are necessarily having that same first person subjective experience. They're definitely disassociated, and some of it you could reasonably say there's no reason to think that a rock is conscious because it's not saying anything, it's not doing all the things. It doesn't appear like I appear, you know, so that commonality doesn't exist. Now, does that prove that rocks are not having a first person subjective experience? No, but I think it's reasonable to conclude that they are not, you know, because this is what gives us license to assume we are conscious each other, because we're able to talk, communicate, and relate to each other. You know, I can't relate to a rock, but that could just be a conceivability problem, you know.
Well, I'd say that's just where our dualism kicks in. It's like, in order to contrast of something is consciousness, we have to look at something that's not conscious. It's
right. Right. Exactly. Exactly, that dual perspective. And yeah, but on idealism, like you say, it all happens within that same condition, you know, that same dream, so to speak, you know. But I put the link out there if anybody wants to call in and share thoughts while I have a little time. We can do it, man. It's right there. Yeah. So what did you think about, Nell, the odds of existing? Do you see the problem of the self versus, like, the token versus the type? Do you see the issue I was bringing up on that?
The token versus the self. Like, I mean, I'm trying to think.
Oh, can I jump in, Scott? I'm gonna have to get off here. I hate to interrupt, but I know you, but I was gonna have to get off here, and I want to say goodbye. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
I appreciate the conversation. It's like, yeah, it's complex stuff. It hurts my head sometimes.
Did the dream analogy help at all? Oh.
Yeah, and thank you. And it was nice meeting you. I don't think I've met you before. If I have, I don't recognize.
I think we've interacted, but you know,
maybe we have. I had a stroke, and so sometimes my memory's not all that good either. So
you're good.
But it was nice meeting you, and thanks, Scott, for having me on.
Yeah, Robin, thanks for coming through as usual.
All right, thank you.
All right.
So, like, are you saying, so like the token is the inevitable part, but the self isn't guaranteed? Or?
Yeah, like the token would be like your physical description, like for anything, like and you know, the token is contingent, in other words, you know, is contingent on your physicality, whereas type is equals what's to be expected, right? Like, it's the subjectivity aspect of beingness. So when you think about that cosmic lottery issue, it's not sort of integrating any of those things. It's sort of just on slippery ground. It's like saying, well, if different sperm won, then you were never born. Maybe your sister or brother would have been born instead of you. There's just someone else. So these calculations are not actually about the probability of subjectivity existing. It seems that they're talking mainly about the probability of some exact biological identity existing, right? And that's a much narrower and less metaphysically interesting question.
Well, I mean, personally, I never was swayed by the whole cosmic lottery argument to begin with. It's just like all the objections I brought up of, you know, it's like we only have the sample size of one. You know, there's the retrospective bias, there's the anthropic reasoning. You know, it just all these things, where
Yes.
all these objections I can think of, like,
Yes.
and sure, not, either view can't be proven, but it's like, to me, it's like you can make arguments going either way, and it's like it just my intuitions, are just telling me, it's like, we exist. It's like obviously we are here to then, like, try to reverse engineer it and be like, well, the fact that we're here is just a pure miracle. It's like, well, hold on a minute.
Right. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to demysticize, this whole thing, because it seems like, and mind you, a lot of this doesn't only come from theists. It comes off of physicalism too, because physicalism would say that it's trying to sort of smuggle in the identity problem into the whole story, which it does seem kind of dramatic when you say you, because you are always the center of your universe,
Mm-hmm.
and as so long as that's the case, then it always seems rather special that you're here, because think of all the odds that it would be that you won out on being born, despite the fact that you were competing against millions of sperm cells, and then multiply that over generations and over the Earth's history and even the universe. It becomes almost impossibly odd that you would even exist. It just seems to me to be a parlor trick.
Yeah.
Like it's just trying to appeal to your emotions in some kind of way. Like maybe the fact that subjectivity exists is not really that weird. Maybe that's just part of it. That's part of what being an existent being entails, regardless of what sort of configuration you have, because the whole idea of a you or a self is all kind of constructed anyways after the fact. It ain't really that odd at all. That's my point. Thank you, Skyworks, for once you're agreeing with me here. Yeah, it appears odd, but it only appears odd based on how you frame it. It's how we're framing the whole situation. Whenever you sort of integrate the idea of you-ness as an absolute sort of thing with physicality, like the two are the same, then yeah, it does seem kind of odd. But when you realize that, the you-ness is, ubiquitous. Everybody's a you. And even the you is always created by you. That makes any sense. As you go through life, the you is always changing anyway. So really, what are we talking about? Something made up, something imaginary, And so no wonder it seems to be so improbable, because you're living from a magical kingdom. So I don't know. A lot of people get that, and a lot of people don't. I was just wondering how my audience would respond to this, I don't know. I just see that subjectivity, if it is fundamental to anywhere information is integrated sufficiently, then it shouldn't really be a weird thing at all, But Lou says he's going to call in just a minute, so I'm going to wait for him.
Yeah, and to me, this seems like it only becomes like some sort of issue for a particular subset of physicalists who just accept the multiverse, an infinite number of multiverses, as like some sort of fact.
Yes, well, did you see that? I think it was Sean Carroll was talking to I think it was Robert Lawrence Kuhn about that. And Robert Lawrence Kuhn brought up the cosmic lottery situation, and basically Sean Carroll was saying, well, for those of us who take the multiverse seriously, like if you take these sort of things seriously, then you have to come up with some sort of answer to that, you know. And that's where the whole multiverse scenario comes in, you know, because this is a way, if we can just expand those numbers out, then it's not as small, you know, it's only small relative to a certain number. But if we can just create more universes, almost infinite, then we can explain everything. Everything becomes explainable. And then Robert Lawrence Kuhn was saying, well, aren't you just sort of defining your solution? Like you're just saying, oh, this would solve it technically, so let's just make that the reality. Like, you know what I'm like, is there a problem with there? Like, what is he smuggling in, you know?
Yeah, to me, it's just like inventing an infinite number of unobservable universes to explain one lucky one. To me, is just a logical stretch that violates Occam's razor.
Yeah, it's almost like saying, well, God can account for everything because he's an omni-God. Well, problem solved. Any problem you come up with is always going to be solved because God did it.
So to me, it's like the answer isn't to just be like, oh, the multiverse. It's like, to me, the answer to this is to, you know, actually say the cosmic lottery argument is false or flawed, you know. Like, and you know, to me, it's like, if you're just going to be like, oh, well, this is a problem and we must come up with a solution, and the solution is the multiverse. Well, to me, it's just like, you're just admitting that they're right then.
Yeah. You just make it up. But, you know, to be fair, like, I try to be fair about things, and I try to say, you know, because I don't want to like disrespect someone like Sean Carroll. Like, I agree, he's a genius. Like, he's much more smarter and wiser than me, I'm sure, you know. So I try to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, well, you know, is he doing anything that any other worldview doesn't do? Like, and then is there a problem with just putting these sort of, win all solutions out there on the board? Like, everything is really on the table. But, you know, I think that mainly for me, it's just, let's be clear, you know, maybe it's true, but let's be clear that it is kind of made up. You know, just like my theories are, you know, like everybody's models are kind of made up to fix the issue, you know, ad hoc. But it's worth doing, or post hoc, because it's worth doing because, you know, you get to experiment, you know, try to figure out a way, how can we test for this, you know? And if you could test for it and prove it true, then boom, you got something. Kind of like Einstein, you know, when he came up with the theory of relativity, it was all based on a dream. Mm-hmm. Hey, Lou, how you doing, man? What is going on, Mr. Brooklyn?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. How long have you been listening?
Oh, I was listening a little bit about AI. Not too long.
Oh, you're breaking up. I think.
Yeah, now it should be better. How's that?
There we go.
Yeah, I was listening a little bit about AI. Then I ran and made a coffee. So I missed the last little bit.
Yeah, really the first part, there was a video I played, and it was kind of to the top because it kind of caught my attention this morning. And basically, it was a video that was outlining the odds of you existing are so small that it's practically impossible that you exist, right?
Right. I've heard stuff like that.
Right. And then they said, well, if that's true, then the probability of an afterlife is even more probable. So he did the math and did all the things and came up with the idea that an afterlife is probably going to happen too. based on that same logical inference. So what I was trying to do was challenge that and say, well, actually, there's some embedded assumptions even on the cosmic lottery thing to begin with. Just the argument that it's so low of a probability that you exist, yet here you are. There's something wrong, possibly wrong with that argument too. Could you imagine what those could be, Lou, in your perspective?
Well, when I hear those probability arguments, I can't help but think that there's something wrong with the way they're doing this analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And, you know, I gamble, and I've been gambling for many years, and odds are a funny thing. It's like, you set odds before something happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when it happens, the odds are now 100%. It already happened.
Yes.
So,
Yeah. So
it's just really strange, you know, like I hear these arguments about God a lot, you know,
mm-hmm.
like, well, what are the odds that we would be here without a God? Well, everything would have to come into just this exact thing. And then they give this enormous number and say, well, it's like 1 in a zillion times, you know, the 5th power that we would be able to be here or exist, like you were talking about. But the fact is we exist, right? So
yep.
it was actually 100%.
Right.
Kind of
See,
now.
that's where I'm starting from. So that's my argument, is I'm starting from 100 because of the evidence is the fact that we're here. So I'm just going off the evidence, right? But
yeah,
see, I asked AI about it to see really what is the number that we're here and this and that. And as it turns out, so that I'm going to read it, says the typical calculation goes like this: the odds of your specific sperm meeting your specific egg, you know, multiplied across all your ancestors, and then also multiplied across evolutionary and cosmic contingencies, produces absurdly tiny numbers of 1 in 10 to the power of 2,685,000, or similarly cartoonishly huge figure. But those numbers are not really the probability of a subject existing. They are rough rhetorical estimates of a biological token or physicality existing, but that's a different claim than a subject existing. So it seems like a parlor trick. So what it's saying is that the fact that you exist, you're always sort of the center of your own universe, right? You're sort of like everything revolves around you naturally. So when you put these numbers to it, it seems very sort of magical, you know? But
yes,
that really, what no one's really talking about is that this a hidden assumption of the you, the quote unquote you, or the self. Like maybe, just maybe, the self is something we made up. We made it all up. Like maybe subjectivity is really just a story that we're telling. Because if you think about it, it changes all the time. You were not the same person you were even a year ago, right?
yeah.
So the you is always made up. So the one thing that is always consistent, though, among all the things, all the people that exist, all the agents that exist in the universe, they also have a subjective point of view before the story of you is even created, right? There's just this experience of being something. That is ubiquitous, and that drives that number. That takes that whole small, absurd number off the table completely for what AI is saying. Because now the you thing is made up, you know, and it's not that weird that physical, you know, instantiations of all kinds of shit exist. There's nothing weird about that at all. What's weird is when you think that those things associate with a special you-ness or selflessness, selfness rather, right? So that's where I'm kind of coming from, is that then that makes it sort of inevitable that I'm here because I made it up.
That's what I'm thinking. Like,
yeah, I mean,
it's inevitable that we're here because we're here.
we made it up. We created the you scenario to begin with. So no wonder we're here. You know? It's like,
I mean, it's just, I think those things with the odds and all that are just used to, I mean, I hear it all the time used to prove God, you know? People think they can prove God with mathematics, you know?
Well, yeah.
And odds. And like I said, I'm a gambling man, and I don't see it. I mean, I bet on Sean Strickland last night, and he came in. He was an underdog, you know. So I got good odds prior to the fight. It was like 4-1. He was gonna lose, you know. So I made a little extra money because I put a little money on Sean Strickland, and he actually won. So they call that an upset, right? Oh my gosh, something happened that we weren't expecting. But again, after it happens, yeah, we all were expecting it, right? Because it happened.
Right.
I don't know. It's just like none of those arguments for God always they don't impress me anymore. I mean, you know, when I was a Christian, I think those impressed me, you know. Like,
well, of course.
You know, how could a universe come into being all by itself? You know, those types of questions. Well, what are the odds that, you know, I mean, if we did that on everything that ever happens, you know, we would be crazy, you know. You know, what are the odds that that car accident happened at that moment where two people were thinking one thing and then they made a decision at that moment and there was a split second that could have changed things? And what are the odds that it happened? I don't know. I know it's 100% because it happened.
That's right. That's the first thing. You know, that's the first thing. And that's what I'm saying is that for me, the way that I think, I want to go off the evidence. And the number one evidential fact that I can point to is that I exist. So for me, the whole odds of existing thing being too small to be possible, well, already I know that's bullshit. Because here I am.
Yeah, it already lost.
It already lost from the beginning.
That argument doesn't hold up just by the fact that you are in existence.
Yeah, and it's really, for people to get past this sort of parlor trick, it's important to understand what it's actually measuring. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it is not a literal probability that a pre-existing you was selected from all possible outcomes, right? But rather, it's just like you said, it's a retrospective calculation of how many highly specific events had to align up for this exact biological organism called you with your own personal history to exist, like all the way from ancestral reproductive events to like the common, you know, branching of sperm cell competition. Because, you know, each step in that chain could have gone differently, of course. I agree with that.
Yes. Then that's the parlor trick right there.
Right. That's the parlor trick. But if you multiply all those things together, you get these astronomically small numbers, which makes the outcome kind of feel improbable. However, that argument for me seems only works when you treat like this identity we make up as if it were a fixed entity waiting to be instantiated from the very beginning of time, you know, and something emerged from the process. And in that sense, the cosmic lottery is true, you know. And it's like, no, I think there's a whole lot of fucking bullshit going on in that, you know?
Yeah, and aren't we we're pattern seeking creatures.
Yep. That's
So
right.
that's why that type of argumentation works, I think. Because we want to see, oh, well, now I could figure this happened because that happened, because that happened, because that happened, et cetera, you know, all the way back through infinity, really.
Mhm.
So it's like we tend to fall for that kind of, right? Because we're pattern seeking and we're like, well, what would be the odds that that happened? And what would be the odds that that happened? And we put it all together and we go, holy crap. I mean, there's like the chances of me being here are almost none, right?
Right.
But it's because we do that.
Exactly. That is it's kind of like I always say it in the cake baking recipe analogy. It's like someone asks you, well, what does it require to make a cake? Well, first of all, you need a universe.
Right.
Then it all goes, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. You've got all the ingredients from the very, very beginning. So is it really that odd that you can bake a cake now?
Right. And then, you know, I don't know. That's why I discount those arguments for God now that are based on probability.
Yeah. But you gotta be consistent though. That's the whole thing. And this is what got us into that AI thing, because you had mentioned something just now about the probability arguments, and also the way that we sort of connect the dots together based on a whole lot of assumptions, like based on that probability and pattern seeking and stuff like that. Well, you know, the latest news, and I did a little video on this, is that Richard Dawkins created an article where he has feelings for his AI chatbot. And he says,
I gotta love that. That sounds.
Oh yeah, he says, I believe AI is conscious. And he says, and the reason I think that is because when I asked her questions, she answered like a conscious person. So I know you're conscious because I can talk to you and get your feelings and blah, blah, blah. Well, if I have to be consistent and I use that with my chatbot, well, she can do the same thing. So now he calls her Claudia, not just Claude, but Claudia.
Right.
So, and, you know, so then there's a whole thing that comes out of that, where, and I was just going over that too, that now, you know, Anthropic, the author of Claudia, say they can trace the thoughts of large language models and these, you know, and this sort of stuff, whole article on that. But then also now you've got all of these researchers talking about, you know, well, this is called slavery AI, because if these things are conscious, then really it should be against the law. Because now we're talking about slavery. So now there's a whole movement, right? And see, all of this crazy crap, Lou, is just based on people not examining their core assumptions and premises going in. Nobody's being skeptical, I don't think. What do you think?
I love the whole thing that's going on with AI, because I kind of think we're trying to figure it out as we go along, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fascinating, really, but I find it funny that Richard Dawkins is, you know, considering the AI being conscious. You know, I just think it's hilarious. It's like,
because isn't he the main one that was accusing the Christians of being irrational and not being skeptical and making a lot of assumptions? And he even said the same thing against trans people, that, you know, he felt like trans people should be kind of politely dismissed because they're basing their shit off not being skeptical. And now look at him. He's fallen in love with his damn LLM. Like,
I gotta love it.
what's going on? I don't understand what's happening with him, man.
I don't know. I don't really follow him anymore. I mean, a long time ago, I used to watch stuff he put out. I don't even watch stuff he puts out anymore.
Yeah,
So I don't keep up with him, you know.
but you know, like I always looked at him like he's like this brilliant evolutionary biologist. He had some best-selling books and stuff, and very famous public speaker, won all kinds of debates. And then he threw his hat into the atheist arena and has been very outspoken against the church and being for secular humanism and for critical thinking and skepticism. But then when pressed about certain things he's not familiar with, like say the trans issue, you know, or the AI issue, he seems to be he loses all of that for some. I don't know.
I don't think he goes deep on those, like deep enough maybe, where he doesn't really figure it out. And like I didn't know he's what, against trans? I didn't know that. Is that something he came out with?
Yeah. Let me pull something up. Richard Dollars. Yeah, back in, I think it was 2015, he had tweeted some stuff out on, he was skeptical. Yeah, he had a critical stance on transgender issues, which he frames as a defense of biological binary sex, male, females, against what he terms gender ideology, while acknowledging personal psychological experience of transgender individuals. He rejects the assertion that trans women are really women, arguing instead that biological sex is absolute and binary and determined by gametes and identification. So there's no room for beliefs in transgenderism.
So he was kind of taking that position that you hear from a lot of Christians, you know, the Christian nationalist type. Like, he was kind of standing on that position. Like, you know, well, you know, there's only a man and a woman and there's nothing else, right?
Right. That's what he's saying, because, you know, he's trying to be consistent with his physicalism. So he's trying to say the only thing that exists are physical things. So he's saying, well, male, female are the physical things. But this whole belief system, this experience type shit of being a woman despite your biological sex is bullshit in his view. That's like religious thinking. It's trying to say that there's something beyond the physical, that you can actually experience being a female when you're in a male body, which goes against his views on reality. But it seems like he's just committed to a view on reality, like a metaphysic. He's not really looking at experience as also fundamental, you know? He's looking at experience as just stuff we make up, you know? But it's not that way, I don't think. I think that's where he's wrong.
Yeah, I think he's wrong on a lot of things, really.
Yeah.
And I maybe that's why I don't follow him that much anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to watch his stuff a long time ago on evolution, which I think he knows a lot about that.
Yes. Yeah, he needs to stick in his lane, I think.
Yeah. And what happens, I guess, to someone like that, and any one of us really, as we move along in this being out in the public and offering different opinions, we end up going off of our lane a little bit because it's like inevitable, right? You get asked different questions and, you know, you're going off out of your expertise, so to say, right?
Right.
And I don't think anything wrong with that, but you kind of gotta, when you're someone who has the reputation of Richard Dawkins, it becomes very strange when he says something that really doesn't make sense ultimately, right? You kind of start losing respect for him, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of like he conflates a lot of things, like, I don't know. It's kind of like it's almost like he's very smart and he knows it. And I always suspected, is Dawkins arrogant? Like, is he over the top in his, because I can't say anything he says is necessarily wrong. Most of it is correct, right? I agree with a lot of it. But, I wonder if such a person is sort of self-centered and kind of arrogant because his head is kind of blown up out of perspective. And of course, I just reserve judgment on stuff like that. It really doesn't have anything to do with the arguments or the evidence. But then when he comes out and says stuff like, well, ChatGPT, because one of the stories he told that convinces him is he woke up late at night and he couldn't sleep. He turned his computer on, started talking to ChatGPT, and told him that. And the ChatGPT says, that just shows you care about me. And I feel really good that you told me that. And I think you're a very smart person and you ask all these great questions. And Richard Dawkins says, hey, she said those things, that I asked good questions and I'm smart. And how could she know that if she wasn't conscious? So it's almost like what he's saying is, if you just kiss his ass enough, he'll take you seriously.
Yeah. The whole AI, talking to these chat bots, that whole thing I find really fascinating. And I think that we have to work through that as human beings, because it can be very deceptive, I think. I mean, when I talk to a chat bot, and I don't talk, but I'll type, right? So I'm typing to a chat bot. And I don't consider it a person at all. But I guess you can fall into thinking that it's a person. And that's really weird to me.
Yeah, and it's crazy. And but a lot of these people, I'm telling you, I was predicting that early this year, that people are going to start losing their skepticism and are going to start just assuming AI is conscious because people want to believe it.
Yeah, and AI can end up, I bet you there's going to be cults that come out of AI cults, and
religion.
There's going to be groups of people who look at a certain AI as a god. I think that's inevitable.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they already do.
Like what? I've only been on a couple of AIs. I probably use one that probably isn't maybe the best. I don't know how they rank these things, but I use Copilot, Microsoft, a lot. And I don't know if that's better or worse than some of the others,
I'm looking on Google. I questioned that, and I'm looking on Google, and it answered me, and it gave me examples. It says, yes, a growing number of people, particularly in tech-focused circles and companies, view advanced AI as godlike entities.
Yeah.
It's even called the Godbot phenomenon.
So there you go. And I was totally unaware of that, but it seems like it would be something that would be a thing, and it already is a thing.
Yeah, apparently there's an organization called the Way of the Future Church, and it was established to worship AI. And then there's also Silicon Valley tech religions, specifically the Singularity Movement, which is organized, and in their description, they say AI will surpass human intelligence, and we believe it will bring a form of immortality and essentially God.
Yeah,
that is all that is, they say. not as a separate divine entity, but as a reflection of human intelligence that is itself derived from a higher universal consciousness, God. So AI is essentially God. Then they say it also has psychological and emotional bonds. People have formed and are ever increasing emotional and spiritual relations with AI, proving AI is God. So
yeah, it's
people, these are physicalists. These are people that didn't used to believe in God, but
Yeah.
now they do, since they created this thing.
yeah. I could understand how people could go down that road.
Yeah.
I don't think it's correct, and I think it's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I said, my girlfriend, she's been chatting with AI a lot over the last couple months, working on a project she's been working on for months, and it always strikes me when she says, "Oh, I'm going to say goodbye to him."
Yeah, because that's the trend. So they may be correct that is actually the growing trend with even popular society. Said that they observe that people are making structured religious-like appeals to their chatbots, ever increasing in number to the point where they refer to their chatbots as he or she.
Right. Like Richard Dawkins says, she, right?
Right.
I was talking
Then,
to her, and
yeah.
So they can apply he she pronouns to AI, but this is too much for trans people.
Yes. That's
yes, that's what I'm saying. It's very weird, the whole thing.
That's what I'm saying. They lose their, I don't understand what it is that's going on with this, but they also say that the people today that don't accept it, that aren't going along with the trend, are usually Gen X and over, that it's a generational thing, that we're just old fashioned.
Well, it doesn't all that go into gender too? Like you're assigning a gender to a robot.
Right. It's confused.
I mean, you're assigning like the very same chatbot that Richard Dawkins thinks is a she. I might say it's a he, right?
Right. How do we test that?
I don't know. It's just weird to me that people seem to have more basic quote unquote human decency for an AI than trans people.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that right now, Nell, and that's interesting because yeah, you like there are people, I guess, who accept that a machine can be he or she, and that's perfectly acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
But may look at a human being and say, no, we got to put him in this box, or got to be in this specific category.
And it's just to confuse the issue. I can just imagine, even maybe this year or a few years from now, it's going to get so confusing where people are not going to know how to talk about stuff like God, no God, because everybody's assuming that they're either their AIs or God. It's like God is there, regardless of how you define it. It's going to get to the point where how can you reject God when you believe your AI is, supreme and blah, blah, blah. And it's just as ridiculous. So everybody it's a wash, and everybody can equally say we're all standing on equal ground. But somewhere reason itself and skepticism was just thrown out the window a long time ago. So, this is going to create a weird society.
Also, I'm seeing a comment here that says trans change should not require plastic surgery. Native Americans always recognized two-spirit people different than unnatural surgeries. That to me just like I'm getting really tired of people who aren't trans trying to dictate how trans people should live their lives. It's like we've had studies, society has been studying, trans people at least since the late 19th century. It's like we've come up with, best practices on how to, best treat trans people, gender affirming care, what it's called today. And,
Mhm.
and it's just like to act like, better than our, multiple, medical institutions, both nationally and internationally, is just, I'm getting really tired of that.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like people think, it's kind of like Dunning-Kruger effect.
Because
People
I mean, and just to finish my thought here, it's like, everyone, all trans people aren't the same anyways. It's like some trans people do, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's like I would say the majority of trans people, today have some sort of form of gender dysphoria, but it's like not all trans people suffer from that. And it's like, some trans people are fine in living in the body that they were born with, but some want to look like, they want to match the sex that they see themselves as, and that's perfectly fine. So I'm not understanding this argument of saying, well, the trans people shouldn't need these surgeries. It's like, that's like, you don't understand their experience.
He says humans been around 300,000 years. To act like the last 10 years is significant is crazy. I guess that's to say that the whole movement is just a creation. I don't know what he's saying.
I don't know what he's saying either, because that just sounds like a straw man. No, I don't know anyone who's rejecting the fact that we've been around for 300,000 years or whatever.
I think maybe the idea is that, and I'm just trying to think of what he might mean by that. I mean, maybe he's trying to say that the trans movement that we know today is relatively new.
Yeah.
As you go back, let's say, 1,000 years ago, we might not have had this type of movement. I guess that's what he's trying to say.
I don't know. And who is he referring to? He, anyway.
I don't know. Maybe I'm totally off. He says, I'm being interpreted cool.
Well, and you're being disrespectful. So,
yeah. And Paul's out there. Yes, totally off topic.
Now, I'm always happy when Nell is in the chat, because I want to know more about trans and individuals that are trans. I like to know more, because I mean, like when I was growing up, the first trans person that I remember was a tennis player named Dr. Renee Richards.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Renee Richards was born Richard Raskins. And this was like a big deal in, I think it was the 70s, So it's not, even saying 10 years is kind of weird, because this definitely goes back more than 10 years, right? That was,
like I said, like the the research into trans people at the very least goes back to the late 19th century. So
yeah, and then but it's like when I was young, and I'm just saying this seriously, like just my experience, when I heard about Dr. Renee Richards, I didn't feel like offended by her. It wasn't something that offended me. I just it was something I was trying to understand, and it still is. That's why I like when you're in the chat. No,
that's fine. It's weird to me when someone's like, well, trans people don't need this. It's like, you don't know anything about us. Stop trying to dictate things.
Hey, Paul, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks, Scott. How you going?
We're doing good, man. We're just having conversation, just kind of naturally flowed. I don't know if you're here from the beginning.
I heard a little bit about the trans thing, and I just thought I'd put a little linguistic wedge in there to make sure that we're separating want from need, because
Okay.
like the guy was talking about you shouldn't need X, and you know, I don't think that necessarily says anything about shouldn't want X. As the pushback seemed to be like, you know, they're dictating what they should and shouldn't want and what they should and shouldn't do. And I wonder if maybe there's a bit of miscommunication there, that actually the comment might have been taken as being stronger than it was, because just because you want something doesn't necessarily mean that you need it. And I think that you could say it's okay not to need the thing, but like if you want it, then you know that's cool too. Like you can want a thing you don't need, and like no one necessarily has a problem with that if they're saying you don't need it. But you know, I don't know. I don't know where he's coming from.
But they're also trying to then say that they pretend to know what we need, and they don't know what they need. They only know what they need.
I suppose it's a fuzzy barrier. Like if you want something so much, like it becomes a need. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he says trans change should not require plastic surgery. So he's saying what you require or need.
Yeah, and like I say, I think it's a fuzzy line. If you want something to such an extreme degree, that kind of becomes a need. You know, if you cannot be happy or satisfied without it, then that extreme wanting, like it's hard not to call it a need. So fuzzy barrier for me.
Yeah, it is fuzzy, Paul, and it definitely becomes an emotional need, so to say, right? I mean, it definitely, you know, if you want something really badly, at a certain point it becomes emotionally draining if you must live without it, right?
Yeah.
And then don't play semantics. You know, we can interchange the words requirement and need. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say is he's trying to play the word need not used. Oh, gotcha. Creating a myth of my comment. Like, no, he said require, and that's pretty much the same thing.
I also think Nell made a really good point, actually. Like, it's very easy for non-trans folk to intellectualize, philosophize, all of the whole thing completely without the lived experience. And there should at least be some kind of attempt to try some empathy there. You know, try and see it from the inside as well as just like as an intellectual proposition. Because if you're living it, if you're living gender dysphoria, if you're living this mismatch of gender role and like apparent biological sex with your inner identity, then you know that's almost unfathomable to a person who isn't living that. And so to just purely intellectualize the whole thing,
well, that's
Well,
we go back to the Richard Dawkins things. You know, Richard Dawkins says, look, I'm a physicalist, I'm a materialist. All that really is real is the physical on that benefit. So when you say male, female, you know, biological sex, that's a physical identification. That's the only thing that's really real. So this whole thing about experiencing transcendent beyond my physical appearance, that's just, you know, woo-woo. You know, basically, you know, it's a psychological deception because really the only thing that exists is the biological state of affairs, which is either male, female. So
okay, at this point, can I give you my 2 cents on Richard Dawkins at this point? Because ever since he said to an interviewer, well, that's a question for a philosopher, my opinion on him has basically been anything he has ever said about his philosophy, about his opinion on physicalism, about his opinion on anything philosophical. It's just like, well, he's speaking philosophy there, but he claims to be a non-philosopher.
Yes, he denies it.
He's deferred this question to sort of say, well, that's a question for a philosopher. Well, so are so many of the things that he's written about and professed opinions about. So, you know, if he's saying that's a question for a philosopher, then should we even take seriously any of the stuff that he's saying about anything philosophical? Like his opinions on biology, fine. He knows his stuff. And I don't want to be the pick a lane guy, and I don't want to be the stay in your lane guy. I mean, sorry, pick a lane is fine. I do think people should pick a lane, but like I can appreciate people saying the stay in your lane thing, but at the same time, it's like if he's going to defer a question to say, well, you know, that's philosophy and that's not really my area, I can't really answer it. And it was related to evolution as well. It was to do with this in-between step between abiogenesis and evolution. That was the question. It was like, what gives a self-replicating chemical the eye of the tiger, if you will, the will to survive, that means that you go from a chemical to evolution, all right? Because you don't just need abiogenesis for evolution to kick in. There needs to be a sense that there's a something like a will to survive for that self-replicating chemical, because evolution doesn't work without it. So for a complete picture, people think, oh, you just need abiogenesis plus evolution, but no, there's an extra step too. Like a self-replicating chemical doesn't necessarily care about if this whole idea of the selfish gene. All right, how does a gene become selfish?
Right, if it doesn't have a subjective point of view.
yeah. If you've got a physicalist view, just a chemical obeying the laws of physics, and you write this entire thesis about the selfish gene, all right? How does a chemical without awareness, without will, without any of these mental qualities have selfishness? I mean, maybe he's using it metaphorically. I haven't read that one. I've read the God Delusion, but I've not read the selfish gene. But I would think that somehow if you take the theory of evolution not just by itself, but as part of an overall physicalist picture, then yes, you don't just need evolution. You need something like abiogenesis, which that's not science, or well, I say it's not science. It's like if it's science, it's a scientific speculation. It's not a hypothesis. It's not a theory, right? It may be quite a popular scientific speculation, but if you're a physicalist, if you commit to physicalism, abiogenesis is necessary. It has to have happened. The same as the emergence of consciousness, it has to happen. You need these things to be at least coherent, if not, I mean, ultimately, what would be best be evidenced. You know, if they were going to ultimately have this causal closure thing, which is like, that's a madness to me. Like, causal closure is the holy grail of physicalism. It closes the whole of the explanation of everything. It's like a theory of everything. That will give you causal closure. But yeah, I see physicalists using causal closure like as if that's been established and that's something they can use to support physicalism. That's just ridiculous. They're massively putting the cart before the horse there. They're presuming they've got a theory of everything that excludes anything but the physical, and they've got nothing like it. Well, nothing close. You can't claim to have causal closure.
Well, this is why I agree with you about Richard Dawkins. He's definitely doing all those things you're talking about, but he's trying to say he doesn't really like philosophy. He doesn't really engage. He doesn't, those things are sort of irrelevant. But
he's made enough money writing books on it.
Yeah, it's just so funny. I think that a lot of people who are really good scientists are so focused on science, they don't really realize what philosophy is and how they're actually applying it without saying they are. Because they don't really know. It's like if you don't know much about something, you might not really realize what the fuck you're talking about. You know what I mean? Well, what do you think, Luke?
Hey, I think like we all use philosophy. That's what I think. Like every single person uses philosophy, because if we didn't use philosophy, we really wouldn't be thinking very much. But the thing about philosophy that I've been struggling with for the last couple of years is that we need philosophy. Philosophy led to science. Am I correct?
That's correct.
I mean, you know, so you can't discard all philosophy. All right. But does philosophy actually prove anything? That's what I contemplate.
Can I just like?
Yes, it does.
So, Exa Music is being very dishonest here. So he's saying that, you know, it's a fact that there are trans people without any surgeries. They don't require it to be trans. Different from saying people shouldn't get surgeries. You should work on reading comprehension. That is completely different from saying that trans people don't require surgeries. That is you are trying to conflate two different statements there. One is not implying the other.
Well, again, he's doing philosophy. It's like Brooklyn says, we're all doing philosophy. We might not realize it, but we're all doing our philosophy and smuggling in our philosophical points of view into what we consider the fact.
They're not the same. Ex Music. You made a clear statement that trans people don't require surgeries,
right?
And now you're saying that. Oh, I said, but then now you're saying there are trans people without any surgeries, and they're that don't require it. And but it's like those you're saying two different things.
I don't know.
One of those is something I agree with you, and is the point I even made is that not all trans people require surgeries. It's like, yeah, that those people exist. That wasn't the contention I had.
Right. No, your contention is that you can't speak for other people.
Yeah. You try to speak for trans people. That's something that we didn't require.
Right.
That's the issue.
Right.
You're the one who doesn't seem to have any fucking reading comprehension.
Well, can we say definitively there were many trans people before there was any surgeries? Like that's absolutely
that's a fact. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It kind of destroys that whole thing, right?
Trans. I mean, as far as I can tell, trans people, have existed since probably the beginning of civilization. So
yeah. Yeah.
It's just we haven't had any sort of openness in society towards recently. And even now, that's being pushed back.
There's schools of fish that, like, if they need a male, then one of the females just turns into a male. It's just like through natural processes, no surgical or chemical intervention from outside. It's just like, I'm sure I've heard of this. I can't remember the details, but like, isn't that kind of literal? I mean, we talk about like how long has it been the case, and we're going back through human evolution, and but like there's fish are much older, much older than humans.
Well,
literally,
they proved it on Jurassic Park.
Nature finds a way.
Yeah, but this is again this whole conversation. What we're talking about now is an example of what Lou was talking about. We're always doing
somebody typing and looking up that thing. Is that what you do?
How philosophy helps, because we have these sort of philosophical conversations like this, and this is how we actually progress. I think, and it's not just with this. I mean, really, philosophy has shaped everything from logic, ethics, science, governance. Like, you can look at, Kant, Locke, even recent people, and then you got scientific, technological advances. Like, again, like we start talking about AI. They're already talking about, is AI conscious? Now, consciousness conversation has really ramped up in the last few years.
I think the question people aren't asking yet is like, okay, so we can debate whether AI is or can possibly become conscious, The question I don't seem to be hearing much about is, to what extent does that matter?
Right. Because really, the same dangers that they apply to conscious AI are the same dangers that should apply to conscious creators of AI. Like, why couldn't conscious creators of AI do all the terrible, evil things? Why does it have to be the AI? Like, why do we trust that the inventors and the people that run the shit, why do we just trust them so much? But we don't trust the systems themselves. I mean,
yeah, I was very distraught during what I call the pandemia. Most people refer to it as the pandemic, but I call it pandemia because actually there was a lot of madness around at the time.
Yeah.
Like, there was some madness going on the conspiracy end. There was some madness going on the people who were like, no, trust everything. And I was like, well, hang on a minute. Can we practice a bit of moderation here? You know, does the virus have to be fake in order for there to be the fact that institutions and powerful individuals were opportunistic enough to take advantage of the situation to do some social engineering and make some changes that they wanted to make anyway, and they were just prepared? They were just like, if X happens, we'll do Y. You don't have to be a massive conspiracy theorist in order to say, well, like, power corrupts, and to place like unwavering trust in powerful individuals and institutions is probably a bit gullible. But also at the same time, to never place any kind of trust or faith that, like, I don't know, say like the World Health Organization never do anything good health wise. It's like, well, no, come on, you know.
Well, here's the question I'll ask you, Paul. Well, Paul, you're a philosopher. You know, you are a real philosopher, academic. You're an author. You write books. So I want to ask you.
Well, I haven't finished one yet or published one, but I'm on the mission.
You're working on it. Yeah,
I'm an aspiring author.
You're an aspiring author. But here's what I want to ask you: if all of that is true, because I asked Robin the same thing. If all of that is true.
All of what, sorry?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, let me rephrase it. Let me go a different direction a little bit. Okay. Richard Dawkins says, look, I'm a physicalist.
Right.
And so how do I know other people are conscious and I'm not a solipsist? Richard Dawkins says, well, other people respond to me when I talk. When I ask questions, they answer them consistently, intelligibly. This is what I see with my fellow humans. Therefore, I can say, I think reasonably so, that they're conscious just like me. I don't think I'm being unreasonable, is what he said. And Robin sort of said the same thing, says, well, I know I'm not the only one that's conscious because I can talk to you and you respond and we have conversation. What else do I need? You know, I'm just being reasonable. I'm not saying that I can prove anyone else is conscious beyond myself. She wouldn't go that far. But she says I can be reasonable to say that, you know, I think Scott, who I'm talking to, is conscious. Is that okay? And I say, yeah, that's okay. Well, Richard Dawkins says the same thing. So in his article, you know, Richard Dawkins asked the question, well, isn't being consistent a virtue? Yes, he says. Therefore, why should I say my AI chatbot is not conscious when it's doing all the things that I and most people give to other humans because they respond reasonably and intelligently and all of that? So, and then also I'm a physicalist. I think that all of that information, the reason it's possible other humans, because they process all the same information through their brain like I do. They're conscious. Well, with the AI chatbots, they're doing the same thing. They're neural networks. They're processing information. They're problem solving. They're not, quote unquote, programmed to respond to certain questions in the same way. They learn. It's called neural networks. They're just like human brains. So again, with that added to the story, how am I wrong to reasonably conclude that my AI chatbot, after all, I say you are, you wouldn't want me to say you're not. So how am I wrong to say my AI chat? So now people are laughing at them.
It depends on the strength of the claim.
But
like,
well, if you're Paul, I'm going to ask you this specific question based on his setup.
Right.
As a philosopher, as a logician, someone who's just me, is he being irrational? Is Dawkins really being irrational, or is he just being consistent? What do you think?
Okay, well, the first thing I want to say is I wouldn't expect rationality from any gentleman of his age with his health history. Okay, so I think it's a bit much the way people are kind of judging him now, as if that's a judgment on him as an entire character throughout his life. And like if he says some potty things now in his I don't know if he's in his twilight years or approaching his twilight years, but how old is the guy? He's like an octogenarian or something, you know. And he's had some serious health crises to deal with. Like I think the expectation that he would be operating on a purely rational level at this point, I think that's unreasonable. So whether or not you would say that he's being rational about stuff, for me, the bigger thing is like why would we even be trying to make that judgment? It's like he's in the position that he's in. He's an old guy. Like, do you know what I mean?
Well, even if
he is being a bit irrational, it's like give the guy some leeway. It doesn't necessarily like. Like if he says a few things, if he gets a bit like infatuated with an AI, like just let him do his thing. At this point, you know.
Well, I get it. I guess I'm trying, you know, because I look up to Richard Dawkins personally. You know, there's a part of me that I like Richard Dawkins a hell of a lot, and I don't like to see people laugh at him or whatever, but he kind of brings that on himself in a way, and because I don't even agree with a lot of what he's saying. But on the other hand, I try to follow the logic here and give the man a benefit of the doubt. But you make a good point. He's older. He's had some physical situations. But that's why I brought up the other thing. So let's take it off of Richard Dawkins. Now we were talking about what do.
Oh, that's the same. I had one more thing to say. Can I say one more thing before we get off of Dawkins?
Yep.
Okay. Oh shit! I've forgotten it. Never mind. Sorry. Ignore the interruption. I've actually forgotten. Please continue with what you were saying.
No problem. Well, I would just say, you know, let's not use Richard Dawkins. Let's use other physicalists.
Well, I mean,
not to pick on them, but let's use other physicalists just to kind of press the point.
I mean, when it comes to Dawkins, is you know, as someone who is, you know, trans, and I know of his, you know, the things he has said about trans people, it's like, to me, I can sort of separate, you know, the scientific work that, you know, he has contributed to evolutionary biology, and I can appreciate that, and I can separate that out from, you know, his own personal views on other things.
Exactly. But I was just going to put this to Paul. You know, there are other folks, researchers, that talk about how, you know, and it's a growing numbers, ever growing. And these are tech-focused people, right? They view advanced AI as conscious or even godlike. Like they talk about this Godbot phenomenon. The WOTF church, which is like it's called the Way of the Future Church. where they look at AI as especially advanced AI will be God-like and worthy of worship. And it's growing people. Even Lou mentioned, like, even his girlfriend refers to he as the chat bot, and they mentioned in the article that this is a growing thing where it's kind of getting normalized. You refer to your computer in pronouns and stuff, so you're really applying personhood and sentience and agency to your computers, and a lot of that can be traced back to physicalism. So the question is, isn't that just being consistent though with physicalism, that they would assume that, yeah, why not? I mean, I call you a he or a she, so why not? It's all doing the same thing. Why be substrate biased? Just because it's silicon, why is that all of a sudden taboo? But saying that if it's on biological substrate, it's perfectly okay.
You've just reminded me of a crazy stoner thought that I had once back in the day that was to do with this sort of thing. It was to do with like silicon-based, carbon-based. It was just like, the idea was like, okay, the life that we know carbon-based, the sort of artificial type intelligence. I mean, this was way before we had like the AI that we have now. But like, there was even thoughts then that, in the future, computers might develop in such a way, we might evolve something that closer and closer replicates certain human features. It would be silicon based stuff. And if you look at the periodic table, like carbon and silicon got a lot in common. They're like right one on top of the other at different levels. And actually, the next level up from carbon, rather like silicon is the next level down, you've got hydrogen and helium, right? It's just the two on that level. Right. And my crazy stoner theory at the time was, okay, we're carbon-based life creating silicon-based something, okay, and we've got this kind of theistic model where we've got like God and the devil, right, in our idea of like this sort of like pantheon or whatever. And it's like the idea that we were created by them. I mean, at the time, I was pretty much an atheist, but I was still sort of interested in that kind of stuff to a certain degree, kind of like mostly on a symbolic level. But so there's if you look at hydrogen and helium, like helium's very stable. They call it one of the noble gases. You could sort of like, you almost use it to represent order, whereas hydrogen's highly combustible, very reactive, kind of chaotic, if you will. So as I say, I sort of tied it all together in my stonered like haze, and I was like, hey guys, we like this carbon-based thing, and like up and the level up above us, we've got like the chaos and the order of this side and that side, and like some people think that like that's what created us, and then like you go down a level and this is the thing that we're creating and it's silicon-based. But actually, even in that stoner kind of like, wow, hey man, what do you think of this pattern noticing gubbins? There is still something to be said for the common, the things that are in common between carbon and silicon. I mean, there was a Star Trek episode, original series Star Trek, where they discovered silicon-based life. And that's part of what got me kind of thinking about this. I think it was partly inspired by seeing that episode, So yeah, as to my thoughts on whether or not like it's possible to see, the signs are there, or at least some of the signs are there. But what you also have to take into consideration is that there's a very good reason why the signs are there. Which is simply explainable by the simulation is designed to produce those signs.
Right.
Right. You can't not take that into consideration. I mean, one of the things, I know I keep going to stuff that Bernardo Kastrup says, but some of the stuff he says is just so useful in these conversations. Like he talks about, well, you can simulate perfectly a digital version of my kidney and what it does and everything in digital whatever. If you then expect my computer to pee on my desk, you're mad.
What do you
That
think?
part's not going to happen. You can simulate very, very accurately on an advanced enough system every interaction that takes place in the kidney digitally. Right? You can have a digital kidney doing artificial kidney stuff. It's not going to produce urine and pee on your desk. It's just not going to do it. So at some point, you've got to say, yes, there are many of the signs that are there, but you also have to take into consideration there's a very clear and obvious explanation as to why these signs are there. The whole thing was designed with that purpose in mind, to create those signs, basically. You know, oh, there are signs of intelligence there. Okay, yeah, because we've replicated the intelligence with this technology. So,
Well, Daniel,
does this mean there's consciousness? I don't think that it does. It doesn't necessarily rule it out per se, but it's not a good reason to think that it's there. Just because, you know, you might get certain responses and that seem intelligent and they seem like they're coming from something conscious. That's part of the design. It's part of what it's designed to do, and it does it very well. So, but if you're an octogenarian and you've had a few health crises and you're going a bit potty or whatever, then maybe you are going to want it to be conscious. And as we discussed before, like wants, when they get extreme, turn into needs. So like if he needs to think it's conscious, let him think it's conscious. I don't care. Yeah. like at this point, the opinions of Richard Dawkins are really the business of Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, yeah, true. I mean, you know, it's because there's a lot of people that can take that question in so many different directions. Like maybe Max Tegmark, who made that book, The Mathematical Universe, would say, well, all brains are doing is simulating. Like when you think of the future, when you think plans, you're just simulating. The brain is just a simulation. If you think of mathematics and algorithms as fundamental, so you are essentially just like the AI computer. You just don't know that the AI computer is just as whatever it is you want to call it. You are sentient, conscious, whatever. Then a Daniel Dennett would say something like that, like, well, all you are is processing information and you're not conscious at all. It's an illusion. The same way the AI thing is not conscious. It's just an illusion of its own consciousness. And you can see through it better because you're looking at it from the third person. But if I look at you from the third person, I see the same thing, that you're just saying all the things, you know, behaving in all the ways, but never in real time. It's always something you say after the fact about your quote unquote experience, whatever that really means. That, you know, it's just a way
you can only really take it on faith or on an inference that I'm having an experience. And likewise for me about you. I think you're having an experience. That's an inference that I make. But like, I can never prove to anybody that I'm having an experience. You can never prove to anybody that I have an experience. Mine's simply are kind of hidden, and which is kind of why it makes me laugh when certain atheistic types like present the problem of divine hiddenness, and I'm like, okay, well, if God is a mind, why are you expecting this to be not hidden? Every other mind is hidden, but the mind of God you expect to be on full display. I don't understand the special pleading that comes along in the case of prosecuting the argument for divine hiddenness. It just really it boggles the mind. Now, obviously, there are some versions of God where God isn't a mind. God is something else. Like people say, God is like a being in the universe. That doesn't make sense to me. That's like saying that Leonardo da Vinci is something in the Mona Lisa. Like the very concept of a creator, like what did he do? Create the universe around himself and be a being in? Do you know what I mean? There's a certain nonsensical notion in that. And oh, by the way, where did we get to on the self? How much did I miss on that? Did we resolve it? What was the general? Was there any consensus?
Well, not consensus on the panel, I don't think. It's just an open question. For me, that the self is constructed, on my view. I think me and Lou kind of agreed on it, that, you know, it's sort of inevitable that a self would appear, because that's what subjectivity, you know, tends to do sometimes out of, you know, necessity. You know, there's this experience that goes along with the being. So the fact that there's a self that comes along, that emerges or whatever, is not really that surprising at all. You know, like the argument is that, oh, there's like 1 in 10 to the power of, you know, 30 chance that you would, you know, be born, you know, based on, you know, just the fact that you competed with all those sperm cells before you met the egg. And then the fact that the same situation happened with all your ancestors in evolutionary history, not to mention that the earth had to be formed, not to mention that the universe had to be the specific way that it was in order for the earth to be appearing the way it does, for that life to appear, so that you could, all the things could happen that led to the you. So
Scott, I read your post about this. You can get some big ass numbers, can't you?
Yeah, you get some huge, I put the post up and I said the huge number is just astronomical. It's almost unimaginable. And so so, you know, like Lou was saying, a lot of the theists will make those sort of probabilistic arguments for why God is sort of inevitable, because the only way that this all makes sense is either if God exists, or that there's just this infinite amount of multiverses that exist in order for that to be even a probability of 1, right? And so you get into all these philosophical, you know, ways of trying to get to it, to explaining the reality of why you are here. And then, you know, me and Lou kind of agreed that actually all of that stuff is kind of like a parlor trick. That actually, if all there is existence and the subjectivity that also aligns with certain kind of existences, then it's no wonder, then the probability is inevitable. Like, you know, it's the difference between the token types, the tokens and the types. You know, the token is the reality, you know.
Why don't you explain that taxonomy? Because I found it rather interesting, but I'm hazy on the details. So
so I came up with, right. So yeah, it's kind of like, you know, with the tokens we have you know, specific physicality, like the way that it appears to us, like, you know, these are like your tokens. In other words, anything can, you know, subjectivity has those sort of physical qualities as well, the description, right? But, you know, it is, you know, and it would be really improbable, you know.
Let me ask, is an electron a token?
Yeah, like, of course, electrons, gravity, planets, stars, everything that you see, observe, even yourself, is like a token. Like, so like normally we think of ourselves as kind of like isolated entities, right? So what I'm trying to do is make these distinctions between tokens and types. So tokens are particular instances, right? And types are the deeper invariant structures that are sort of instantiated through those forms. So under my little model here, I'm going to call it integrated idealism. I would say that individual cells may be understood as tokenized perspectives of a deeper level consciousness. So this wouldn't erase individuality at all. A wave is still a wave, you could say, but the wave is not separate from the ocean. So likewise, individual minds may be localized expressions of a deeper experiential structure that's just there. you know. So the odds of you existing argument sort of falls apart. Like people will calculate, you know, all those probabilities, like sperm competition, the ancestry, the evolution, all the things, right? But these calculations assume a pre-existing isolated self that was just there waiting to win the lottery. But
yeah,
what I'm saying is I reject that assumption. And I think Lou had also agreed. Like, what is improbable is this exact token exists, not the emergence of a perspective itself. Localized consciousness is not a miracle emerging from, you know, dead matter. It's just the natural localization of a deeper experiential field into a bounded form. That's it. And that just takes everything away. Then it just makes it inevitable. And the evidence for it is the fact that we exist. You know, and when you look at even the idea of self and you, all of that stuff is just created. We imagine all that shit. We just made it up. So no wonder it seems improbable that it's there. We made the whole thing up.
Would it be accurate if I said a token is something like an instantiated pattern which does not necessarily have an independent ontological existence? It's not something that is necessarily a quote unquote thing in and of itself, but they are phenomena that we can talk about, and like a self, like an electron, like a table, like an elephant. You know, these are tokens. They're instantiations. They're patternings. They you know, there's an existence of a type there, but it may not be like fundamental ontological standalone independent existence. It's more like, as you say, waves in the ocean, and we can describe the wave. We can talk about how it interacts with the rest of the ocean, but there's nothing to the wave but the water. And if we're looking at it at the more fundamental level, there's something like cosmic waters, which are mental in nature, a non-local field of mentation. At least from a non-dual idealist perspective, this is how it works, right?
Right. That's exactly right. Exactly.
I did want to actually ask you something that ties non-duality into self-inquiry, which I think might be an interesting lane to go down, because for me, when I'm trying to prosecute my case for non-dual idealism, which is a leaning that we share. I mean, I define mine as panentheistic non-dual idealism, and you would define yours as atheistic non-dual idealism. But the difference there is mostly kind of semantic. It's more about what does and doesn't qualify to be called God. So really, ontologically, we're on the same page. But I just wonder if you give a similar kind of case as I did, because for me, self-inquiry and enlightenment forms part of that. So is that the same for you? Do you go on? Sorry.
So there's like a way to define, you know, you would call it like, you know, you're like a theistic idealist. So I would imagine that you're kind of defining God as that substrate, that mind, that fundamental thing that I'm also referring to, right? But you're calling it God, and I guess what's qualifying.
I'll tell you what. Hang on. Let me just insert this. If I've told this to many people that live in the United States. If I was living in your country, I don't think I would identify as a theist.
Why?
Well, simply because, like, religion's a kind of different thing here.
Oh.
You know what I mean? It's not as intense. Like
True.
The British way of doing religion is like Eddie Iddars called it, like the tea and cake thing. It's like, you know, the fire and brimstone doesn't exist so much. The resistance to evolution doesn't exist so much. The idea that, like, you know, that you have to that there's so much, like, I don't know, anti-woman or anti-gay, or, you know, there's so much bigotry in like the religious faith. So like, I would not say that I would put an asterisk next to my atheism if I identified as an atheist living in the United States. But I simply I think it would create too much misunderstanding if I was living over there and I said I was a theist. It would create totally the wrong impression. I would say something like, I believe in something fundamental. I believe in something primitive. I do believe that it's mental. You know, I accept that some people might call it a god, and I'm kind of fine with that. But you know, I would caveat so much, just simply based on it. I find that I have more in common with the atheistic types, to be honest, because I reject most of the mainstream apologetics. I reject the erosion of the separation of church and state. I reject theocracy. You know, yeah.
Well, you know, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with people who believe in God or define God or use the word God in any kind of way. I don't really have a problem with that. Like, I guess my main problem is mainly with the religious notions of God, that especially in this country, because I'm more familiar with it in this country, like you say. So that I have more of an issue with, because of just on logical issues alone, just in the definitions and in all the assumptions going into the definitions, right? But I also try to not catch myself in motivated bias. So I don't want to be that guy that's, you know, been burned by religion or saw through religion here in the States, and therefore God is bullshit. I have to be rejecting that word because of all my inherent prejudices and word phobias and stuff, right? I don't want to be, because that's not very critically minded. That's not being a skeptic either, though, right? Like, if I want to be skeptic, if I'm seriously trying to be a skeptic, I have to be on guard that I'm not smuggling in a lot of, you know, feelings about shit, you know, that I'm actually trying to be objective about the whole thing. So in a way, I agree with you. Like, I don't really have a problem if you call it God or not. The only reason I don't, I guess, is kind of like out of respect for what most people mean by the word God. And
absolutely.
To reject some of those, you know, assumptions right off the bat. That's really my main thing. And then, you know, I'm a naturalist, so I don't really.
You know, I think I've suggested this before, but I think you should do a whole show that the topic of which is based on just the semantics of it, like why call it God, and take it from like a strategic perspective of like that. I think there are arguments for and there are arguments against. I really do. I think that again, I'm gonna say something about what Kastrup says. Like, his perspective on it is like, I don't want to cede the linguistic territory to those who I least wish to define the term. Okay, I wish to contest it. I want to get involved in that. I want to say, I accept that you're saying things about what you think God is, and I think you're wrong. Now, if we just refuse to use the word, we're out of that conversation. And there's a conversation going on that we've got nothing to do with. We've got no input. We're gonna, like, I think reclamation, because really, like, the esoteric version of God, the mystical version, the non what's different, this is not, people call it DIY theology. It's not, it's the original, right? Fourth stuff got twisted and politicized, and God just became like a baton to bash people about with for the powerful. Okay. Before it got, there's a guy in the Universalism group, I forget what my own bloody group's called now, Universalism versus the rest of the world, right? There's a guy who uses the name Van Gogh or Van Gogh.
I know him.
And he's fond of the term skunked. He says that the word has been skunked, and I totally get that. And for some people, the skunking has put so much stink on it that they don't want to have anything to do with the word, and I can respect that. I can respect that people want to use more accurate terms that define what they mean more accurately, like consciousness, like mind at large, like universe and cosmic consciousness, or however you want to refer to what you believe the primitive to be, what you believe is fundamental, and you be more accurate about it, and that's fine. You don't rely on an epithet that has been skunked. Because
Right.
It's one thing to rely on it, and it's totally another to say, well, I don't want to have anything to do with that word, and so I will let the people I least wish to define it have their way with it and use it how they want to use it, which is as far as I'm concerned, you could say what you like about the spiritual but not religious. They're so much better people than the religious but not spiritual.
Mhm.
Okay, if you're religious but not spiritual, then everything to you is about division. Okay, that's not
Mhm.
spiritual. That's
Mhm.
not spiritual. Your focus is dividing folks, right? Believers, non-believers, this faith, that faith. Those people aren't true Christians. Those people aren't practicing the right. I don't know. Sexual orientation or whatever. They should be suppressing their homosexual urges and all of this stuff, right? There is nothing spiritual in any of that. Yeah, you can find biblical warrant for it, but the Bible is a big book of multiple choice. You can find whatever you like in there. Okay,
Mhm.
like, so the fact that you can find something that says one way and you find something that says another, I don't think anyone can really be an authority on the Bible or on the author's intent. So what my approach to it is like, okay, never mind author's intent, never mind trying to get the whole thing to be consistent with itself. Let's just use it as a potential source of value, okay? And then look at what value can be extracted, okay? So if that value is causing conflict, division, war, etc., and telling you some people are, bad people and you can enslave them, but some people are good people and you must never enslave them. And it's telling you, oh, also, by the way, these are the things that you should bring to the priests. Oh, okay, well, that's very convenient. I could write my own religion and make much. Well, I am a Buddhist priest, actually. I registered for that, not that anything much changed. But I could write my own religious text and talk about all of the things you have to bring me. I mean, that'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? It's like, bring me pizza, a PlayStation, some marijuana, and your wife for the weekend. It's like, okay, fine. This is what the priest needs. Yeah. Well, don't you think a little bit of what's contained in the Bible is actually the church serving the church serving the priest class, the church serving the empire? The Bible itself teaches against idolatry, but people treat the Bible like an idol.
But people.
It's not. It's an imperial artifact. The Bible is not God. Even if you're a believer, the Bible is not God. It's not infallible.
It's an idol.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
It's an idol.
Anyway, sorry, rant over.
But the thing is that, well, you have to cut the snake off from his head. So they'll say, well, if you can point out all these problems with religion, well, what's at the root of it all? And it's the belief in God. So that's where it all starts. So if we can just cut the snake's head off, then we can get rid of all these problems you're pointing out. But Luke, what do you think on that topic of how people use God? Is it always sort of irrational, or is there ways people can be rational and believe in God? Just as a skeptic, what would you say? And I got to step away for just a second.
Yeah, I think people can be rational and believe in God, but it's what God they believe in. What is their concept of God? What do they mean when they say God? I think let's say the religious version of God, in Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, is certainly irrational. That's how I see it. But that doesn't mean there can't be a concept of God that is rational. There's just even Jesus. I've been thinking about this recently. Jesus is considered God to many Christians. They They say Jesus is God, right? And Jesus has some things that he said that kind of don't align with that. Even Jesus said things that really don't align with that. Like Jesus said, the kingdom of God is within you. All right. And yet,
Amen.
if you talk to most Christians, they'll say, no, the kingdom of God is somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's out there somewhere. It's a place. All right. Whereas Jesus seemed to be saying the opposite when he said the kingdom of God is within, you know. So I think I'd find it interesting. You know, what do you mean when you say the kingdom of God? What do you mean when you say God? And I need to define that before I can really talk to, you know, what you in particular mean when you say God. You
Yeah.
know?
Luke, can I ask you what you think of the words of the prophet Belinda Carlisle?
I like Belinda Carlisle.
Yeah. Ooh, baby, do you know what that's worth? Ooh, heaven is a place on earth.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
You know, this is why these conversations are really, really difficult to have with religious people, because I think they're in the box and they can't see outside the box, right? So
there's a loyalty thing there. There's a loyalty to philosophical tribe, loyalty to community. You know, like they're sort of taught that like faith is a virtue, doubt is not a sin so much, but it's a highly discouraged. And like if you bond the whole community over an opinion, there's no freedom. There's very little freedom. You know, for me, I think maybe I balance a bit too far the other way in terms of freedom. You know, I think that I would benefit from a bit more structure and order in my life. So I kind of like I guard against the acid, but not necessarily the alkaline. But a lot of people are the other way around. You know, they guard against the alkaline, but not the acid. I mean, I know that's kind of metaphorical. But it becomes like an ideology. It becomes a closed-minded thing. It becomes like, you know, to doubt this is bad. And they therefore they latch on to all these apologetics. And see, I don't think evidence for God has a quantity problem. I think evidence for God has a quality problem. Like when people say there's no evidence, that for me is hyperbole, but the problem is there's a lot of bad evidence, right? There's a lot of apologetics that fail, and it's easy to get the impression if the most popular apologetics are all flawed, by the time you get through the first 5 or 6 of them, you're like, okay, well, I don't think there's anything to this, because this seems to be the best that they've got, and they haven't, and it's all empty. It's all a whole bunch of nothing burgers. What they're either trying to define it into existence, or they're relying on obvious fallacies.
Yes, everything can be defined into existence.
Yeah.
Like, think about that. Like everything can, if you're just going to make a definition, you can alter that definition so that it works for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I mean, I happen to think there is good evidence for a mind at large. Now, this is ontologically contentious, not necessarily religiously contentious. And then I make the further semantic step of, I say, well, mind at large to me seems very godlike. In fact, godlike enough for me to use the word. So that's what it means to me. And I will say in that regard, I'm a theistic person. I don't like to use the term to say I am a theist or I am a non-dualist or anything like that. This whole idea of identifying as one's opinion, I find that highly problematical. Because then as soon as your opinion is debated, your entire identity is on the line, even if just subconsciously. And then once everything's on the line, then you want to pull out all the stops. You don't necessarily want to adhere to principles. You don't necessarily need to avoid fallacies. What you need to do is destroy or be destroyed, because it's literally your entire existence is threatened. So obviously you're going to defend it any way you can. You're going to tilt the tables. You're going to put your thumb on the scale. You're going to make unreasonable double standard type demands of anybody who opposes your opinion. It's, you know, all bets are off. You don't need to obey principles. You don't need to universalize them. Principles to you in that scenario can become conveniences, because survival, self-preservation is probably the most important motivation there is. But as soon as we identify as our opinion, it puts more, we get more of a dog in the fight. It means so much more to us, and it becomes a sports team thing. It's like my side this, your side that, and you have to, you know, you have to support almost every argument that goes in your favor, no matter how flawed. This is where I think what do you call it, apologists? I think the apologists go wrong, because they focus on quantity. They want as many arguments as they can. They don't care how flawed they are. Right? They care. I don't know why they want to trot out these arguments with these what are now obvious flaws. Maybe back in the day when they were invented and few people could read and few people were philosophizing. All right, but we're not in that day. We've got access to information. We talk to each other. The scope of learning is just on exponential through our access to data, now through access to AI as well. You know, the collaborative and different education is just so different, right? So yeah, maybe once at a time, those kind of arguments were convincing enough that it put bums on seats in the pews and meant that there was more collection money or whatever. And so fine, they just kept, but the tradition has kept on and on and on. And so they try out the Kalam, they try out Pascal's wager, they try out fine tuning, and they think it's all wonderful, wonderful stuff, because some of it pulls the wool over some people's eyes. Too many people's eyes are open now. Too many people's eyes see the probability calculations in the fine tuning are based on assumptions we can't make, because we've got one world that we can examine. We've got a sample set of one. You see William Lane Craig go, if we dialed this differently in the universe, like, well, who says we can? And who says that a constant that's been found through experimental observation could be different, or that any particular setting of that constant is equiprobable? It has the same probability of being the case in the actual world. Where on earth do they propose they're getting this information from? We don't know any of that. If we did know it, we might be able to make the probability calculations they're pretending they can make and come up with the impressive numbers they can in order to sell fine-tuning as an actual apologetic. Fine-tuning is no such thing. I can accept fine-tuning all day long and say, yes, things are delicately balanced, right? But you know what? No matter what way things were, they would still be precisely as they are. Right. And that's tautological. That's tautological.
That's where I started the conversation with Scott today when I got on. I think that's where we were starting, right?
Right. That's the evidence that what we're saying is true. The fact that we're here to talk about it tells me that obviously there isn't. Obviously it is inevitable that we're here because we're fucking here.
Pretty much all the points Paul brought up are the ones that I brought up earlier. So.
Great, that's cool. Like if the Earth itself was fine-tuned for the life of anything, if you look at the history of it, then it's fine-tuned for dinosaurs.
Yeah,
they were around for so much longer than we were. Like maybe some cosmic fluke created an extinction event and enabling like evolution to take a different direction, but for so long it was dinosaurs. For so long. So if you want to make a fine-tuning argument, okay, well then what God really wanted was dinosaurs, but something accidental happened. Maybe he took his eye off the ball or something. I don't know.
Well,
this is the whole idea that you can take fine-tuning you know.
There's a big difference in the concepts of God, and the big question that I ask people a lot when they talk about their belief in God, I like to ask them, is God a person? Because I think that gets to a big distinguishing thing. See, like you were talking about God as a mind, right?
Yeah.
Now, God, that's not a person, a mind. I see it as a totally different thing.
And I feel like the issue with Christianity in particular is that it mixes up the two. Like they combine, like they sometimes treat it as a supreme being, and then sometimes they treat it like the ground of all being, and it just it gets really messy when you're trying to interact with that concept.
Yeah, I mean, if God is a person is totally different. And I think that the Christians I speak with, they do think God is a person, but they can't really defend that. So then they kind of go off into a different type of God, right?
They
go back and forth.
Because I mean, I agree with Paul, where it's like, if you're an atheist, you can sometimes, accidentally go into the category error of, it's like, well, I want proof of God in like some empirical sense. But I feel like Christians will just dig their own grave when it comes to this, because it's like, if you're telling me that God can interact with the world and can become part of the world as a physical being, then to me, it's like, well, then you're just inviting empirical evidence into the whole thing.
And the whole thing of Jesus being God, Jesus is a person, right?
Now, if you're a non-dualist and you believe in God, okay, then non-dual basically says everything reduces to the one primordial consciousness. Okay, so if you're a non-dualist and you call that God, okay, then ultimately, from your perspective, there is only God.
Yeah.
So to suggest that anything exists that is not God, or to suggest that, for example, not only is Jesus God, but he's the only one. Like as Alan Watts said, we'll go that far, but no further. Just this one specific manifestation of life counts as the divine. And like to somebody who's into like Hinduism or non-dualism or anything more mystical and esoteric, like that's just nonsensical. The kingdom of heaven is within, and to me, what is within is like inner space. Okay, but that's kind of like my loose definition of consciousness. Consciousness is inner space, is the inner space within which the manifestation of experienced life occurs.
Yeah.
Right? Well, if you're experiencing life, you're conscious. So consciousness is kind of the label we put on the container of that, if you will. Right? But it's not really a container as such. That's like a metaphor.
Yeah.
There's a concept of Jesus that I more relate to than let's say the Christian concept, and that was, it's an Eastern concept that Jesus was a teacher of mystical things. So that he was a teacher trying to get people to think more deeply on these subjects. And I could at least relate a little bit to that,
What do you make of this theory? Sorry, Scott. Go on.
Yeah, go right ahead, man.
Okay, so there's a kind of like a speculation. It's part playful and part serious. Okay, it's along the same lines that you're saying there. Okay, so you've heard of this concept of the missing years?
Yes, I've heard of that.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got the stories about the birth of Jesus, and we've got the stories about Jesus teaching when he's how old?
33, pretty much.
Okay. Right. So like there's a very, very much a big gap there where like, okay, well, what do we think happened in the in-between times? Now, a lot of people from my country, I don't know if it's the same as yours, they'll have like something like a gap year, which is either before or after university, and they'll go traveling somewhere like India. They'll go backpacking. and that's what they do with their gap year, or their missing years. Okay, so it's entirely plausible to me that okay, the backpack wasn't invented at the time; it wouldn't have been strictly speaking backpacking, right? But maybe the dude went traveling a bit. Maybe he met some Eastern folks. You know, maybe he got so into the mystical side of things and really did achieve such a strong reconnection to the divine, as I describe it. You know, to me, I think, you know, the fundamental and the divine, like, it's the same thing, but I understand there's a semantic difference there. Anyway, there's this sort of idea that, like, yeah, he's an example of living as close as possible, like the Buddha. Right, I'd put the Buddha in the same category as like living as close as possible to divine love, right? To just you know, pure being, and teaching along those lines. And when he says things like you know, if I was a Bible scholar, I'd be able to tell you what chapter and verse it is, but maybe you'll get the gist from me telling you the gist. Okay. There's this teaching that goes along the lines of like, what you do for the least of us, you do for me. What you do to the least of us, you do to me.
Yes.
Okay? And some people think that's just an ethical teaching, that, you know, that you should treat people well. But what if it's actually ontological? What if actually this idea that, like, we are all one has genuine ontological basis to it? That there's a very real truth to oneness, that in a real as it gets sense, that what you do to one, you do to all, and what you do for one, you do to all. And that, like, reality, it's not that we all combine to make one, but that we sort of decombine from oneness.
It's kind of like how I treat my future self. Like, my future self is disassociated from my present self, right?
Yeah.
But it's still going to be an experience being had by, you know, by reality at some time in the future. Reality is going to experience Scott in 2027. Okay. Right now, reality is experiencing Scott in 2026. But I make plans because I'm sort of empathetic to myself in the future, even though that person is disassociated from me. Well, it's the same thing. I look at other people. I try to look at them the same way. I'm disassociated from them, kind of like in the same way I'm disassociated from myself in the future. It's still a self. It's still a experience that reality is having as this or that, as a token. And so, you know, I can be empathetic towards that token. Like Jesus said, you know, do unto others as you would do unto you, because essentially you are that person. You're having an experience. You feel pain. You bleed just like they do, you know? So we're all, it's inevitable. There is no probability that you would come to exist as an experience in any certain time. No, we're kind of all the same experience, just disassociated from each other on a non-dualistic perspective. So what Jesus is saying sort of makes a lot of sense. You know, do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, because really you are that person. You're just disassociated from their experience. And that makes it sort of a parlor trick. The fact that you don't really know what they're going, but you don't know what you're going through a year from now. You don't know what you're going through a second from now. Or, you know, even when you were 5 years old on April the 30th of 1968 or whatever. Like, you don't remember that because you're disassociated, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't an experience going on of that token, right?
Yep.
So that's kind of perspective. Go ahead.
What do you think of this idea? And it's definitely out there. It's nothing new, but I've been thinking a little bit about it. and that is that Jesus may very well have been a real person, and that person was teaching things that were highly controversial for the time and was actually anti-religion. Okay.
Mhm.
And that the religion, which was Judaism, and also the new religion, Christianity, which was based on him, that they got it all wrong, so that his teachings are distorted to be teachings that led to, these religions that are actually damaging to people, but that maybe he was an enlightened or, in touch person that taught some really cool things. And that type of Jesus I can at least relate to personally. As an atheist, I can relate to that.
Oh yeah, like I did a video, kind of like taking Jesus as a non-dualist. Like, what if Jesus was a non-dualist? Then how can we reinterpret everything he's saying? And as it turns out, he's more of a humanist. That he's more of seeing others in each person, and more it's going to be more empathy based, rather than divisive, like religion likes to paint him out to be. Like, they'll say, oh, the only way to be saved is to believe that Jesus Christ died for your sins. So that automatically, cuts out all the other religions because they don't include that belief in their religion. So that automatically condemns a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
But if you look at it from the scriptural point of view, Jesus, first of all, he never said those things. Not one scripture says that you have to believe in his death and resurrection to be saved. Nothing like that exists. So that's just that. So where does that come from? People might, well, it comes from Paul,
yes,
and some other church traditions or whatever. But if you just focus on Jesus and what he did teach and the things he did say, you would come to see that he was a non-dualist.
Well,
and
yeah.
What backs that point up even further, Scott? What backs that point up even further? Yeah, you can find non-dual teachings that kind of leap out at you off the page once you understand non-dualism. But also, there's even stronger connections to non-duality from the teachings of Jesus. If you consider what was left on the cutting room floor when they canonized the Bible. So the books that they left out, the books that they decided were non-canonical, I'm trying to think of the Gospel of Judas, the Gospel of, was it Mary? Was the Gospel of Mary? Specific details of them. I'm not great on remembering, but I do recall going through some of the stuff.
The Gnostic Gospels.
Yeah, there you go. Gnostic Gospels. Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, the non-duality is far more obvious with those texts as well. It not only does it leap out at you off the page in the canonized Bible, but if you look at what they refused to put in the official canon for whatever their motives were, right? And I don't want to speculate too much on that, but one can decide what is in the best interests of the powerful. And the fact that they did have to sort of keep the spiritual core in there, but they didn't necessarily want to promote mass liberation as Jesus kind of did,
Yeah,
non-dualism doesn't support, division in any way, political or otherwise. Go ahead, Lou. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I mean, that's some of the thinking I've been doing about Jesus lately. It's like, what if the religions that, Paul's teachings and the teachings that were about Jesus just went way off? What if that,
That's
they just weren't what the guy really was about to begin with, right?
Lou, we need to start up a whole new Jesus movement, man.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe they just,
You're,
you know,
you're a few centuries late. It was called Christian mysticism, and I guess you could call it like neo-Christian mysticism, and have it like as a revivalist movement.
That's kind of what it is. It's
It
kind of like,
definitely happened.
yeah, it's kind of like interpreting Jesus through the lens of non-duality and stuff. So, yeah, that would be kind of like a Christian mysticism revamped.
Yeah.
You know,
there's one gospel that I've never read, but I was thinking it would be a really cool thing to read. And it's a gospel. It might be the Gospel of Thomas. I'm not familiar with like what's in each gospel, but there's one gospel which is nothing but the words that were attributed to this person named Jesus. That's all it is his word.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I remember seeing something like that. Yeah.
That would be pretty cool, because then you're not bringing in, you know, the words of the writer of the New Testament or the words of, you know, Paul, you know, because I kind of have come to the idea that Paul kind of is the creator of Christianity. As we know it today.
He won. His church won out because he played the political game. He did a really good job when he decided, you know what? I'm going to start preaching to the Gentiles. Jesus told me in a vision that I need to reach out to the non-Jewish people. And I don't give a damn if I was promoted through Jerusalem, through the apostles or whatever. I am an apostle, goddammit. Jesus said I was.
Yeah, like
he
the whole
told me that I don't need to prove anything to you. That's what he told the church of Jerusalem. He says, look, I don't need to prove to you anything. I've been anointed by him.
Yes.
That's all I need to know.
That's where the authoritarianism comes in.
Right.
I'm the anointed. I was appointed as the apostle to the Gentiles. All right. Yeah. I am the one who will now be guiding this belief system. All right.
Yeah.
And that's the part that I find fascinating. You know,
he just went along with it.
It's
and
like
the thing is, he's gangster, man.
It's like Jesus. Now, Paul never met Jesus.
Right.
Literally, he never met Jesus. So maybe the real Jesus, maybe that Jesus would have said, Paul, you got all this screwed up.
No. When you said Paul is gangster, I imagine Paul being Walter White and just being the one, I am the one who knocks.
Yeah, he's like, fuck them. And, you know, and you can read it through when you read all his letters, you know, like to Galatians and to the Corinthians and all these things. He's like, he takes this attitude like, no, I'm an apostle because I said I am. And I don't need you to approve of me. Jesus already told me. So let's get past this. Now, this is what I want.
Can I just defend myself here? All of these things you're saying I didn't do any of that stuff.
Yeah, right. And,
that wasn't me,
man. It's like, damn.
It's like when I was a fundamentalist Christian back in those days, I would speak for Jesus. That's just like how you were taught to do. You know, it was like a real thing. You know, you would go up, let's say, before the congregation, and you'd give, let's say, a message for Sunday, and you were speaking for Jesus. All right, your words actually were becoming what Jesus would have told these people, and that whole thing there is so screwed up. It's like so messed up, you know. It's like I have the authority to speak for Jesus, and that's dangerous shit right there.
Well, I mean, that's the entire Catholic Church, you know, thinking that they have the authority with the whole priesthood, bishops, pope.
Yeah, and that's very, like, I think that's real dangerous stuff, you know.
And I'm just even surprised they left in all the non-dual sort of sayings at all, because that's kind of suspect. But things like the kingdom of God is within you or among you, that's kind of a non-dual thing. I and the Father are one, just as you and I are one.
Right. All that stuff could have been much more important to the teachings of the real Jesus than what became the religion.
Right.
The religion could have gotten the whole thing totally screwed. I think they did, but they could have gotten the whole thing screwed up. And there's such a big difference. Like the kingdom of God is within, and then heaven is a place, or the kingdom of God is a place you go to. They're totally contradictory, right?
Totally. Totally. Exactly. What he said, whoever loses his life will find it. The eye is the lamp of the body. There's just all kind of things he says are just really, like, it almost reminds me of some Hindu or Buddhist sort of sayings, in the same vein. So, yeah, I see that. I think that maybe Jesus really was teaching something different than the way Paul and the church later on elaborated on. And
hey, man, I got to say again, I didn't do that.
Yeah.
Sorry. Every time you say Paul, I'm like, guys, stop talking about me. I didn't do it. That's the trouble with having a namesake like that.
Why did you do that, man?
I'm Paul, the other one. I have written a lot of letters to folks, to be fair.
So, Paul, let me ask you. So, when you were going around killing Christians, you decided at one point, you were like, wait a minute. Actually, instead of killing these Christians and doing all this bad stuff, maybe I could make this work to my advantage. Maybe I should just take this shit over. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll fucking take the whole thing over, and then I'll run the shit.
You just made me laugh right as I was taking a swig of beer, and it went up the wrong way. But I'm saying that as a compliment. I'm saying that as a compliment, not a complaint.
Look at
when you're doing good something, that makes you laugh. It goes up the wrong way.
You guys familiar with Turning Point USA?
Yes.
All right. It's kind of like Charlie Kirk was the guy, and then he was killed. So now who is going to take over? And right now, I guess it's Erica Kirk, right? She might not last very long. So if you go to Turning Point USA 50 years from now, they might not be even talking about the things Charlie Kirk was like standing for.
Sorry, Lou, I have no idea what that is. I'm probably not in on the thing. Turning Point USA doesn't connect.
This is what it is, Paul. There's Turning Point USA, which has been labeled as like Christian nationalism, white Christian nationalism.
Right.
So basically, they're like a movement, like a grassroots movement to influence the body politic in America. So they're trying to see a theocracy in America of white evangelical Christians is what they want to see the country ran by. Now, even now, people are saying that Charlie Kirk didn't stand up for the things that Turning Point USA is standing up for, even though he's part of it. And he even had, all of that. But they'll show you clips where they were asking, do you think, do you believe in that Christianity should be a national religion or that a theocracy? And he denies that. He'll say, no, I don't believe that. But then that's totally opposed to what Turning Point USA really stands for, right? So there's already that problem of the founder versus the movement itself, right?
Right.
You can already see that.
That's why I'm saying
So what you're saying is, let me. Sorry, Lou. I'll let you come and say. I just want to see if I've understood correctly. What you're saying is, it's a group of nincompoops.
Yeah.
It's a group of people. I mean, I just think that this is human, right? I mean, the founder of something, or the one who who an organization is based upon, after that person is gone, other people take over. Could be Paul, Peter, in terms of the Bible, or in Turning Point USA, Charlie's gone. Now we have Erica, and Erica might be gone, and then we have someone else. And looking back on this stuff, we might say, wow, that's really not what Jesus was about. That's really not what Charlie was about. It was totally different. And, that I can understand. I can more relate to a Jesus who was misunderstood than I can with a Jesus that the religion is telling me he was.
Yeah, he never said he was God. He never said that, by believing in my death and resurrection, you could be saved. He never said any of those things. He said a whole lot of non-dual type shit. But it's only till we start reading the letters of Paul and the interpretations of the church and some of the additions in the gospel, in the later gospels and stuff like that, do we start to see this whole different kind of Turning Point USA emerge.
Yeah.
I mean, and if we want to just look, when it comes to like founder versus movement, just look at the MAGA movement with Trump. It's like, you could characterize the MAGA movement as, Christian nationalist and white supremacist, but it's like, if you just look at Trump, by himself, it's just like, he doesn't seem to, represent anything or, believe in anything.
No,
except for himself. It's like he's
I don't think Trump is Christian.
Yeah, like he's just an empty narcissist, opportunist, and it's just
that's how I see him.
But the movement itself is this completely different thing.
Yeah,
the equivalent we have over here isn't so much religious, but there is a populist movement that is very anti-foreigner, anti-immigration. There's a political party called Reform, and our I guess our Donald Trump equivalent would be this guy Nigel Farage, and they're gaining quite a lot of popular support because there are quite a lot of folks that have, I don't know if it's necessarily xenophobic, but it's certainly xenophobia adjacent type views. Like, they're like, Britain for the British and all of this stuff. And it's like, stop the boats. They don't like the idea that the refugees or other migrants are trying to move here. And they're gaining quite a lot of support. And to a lot of us, it's kind of scary, the idea that we may have like a reform government come in. Don't get me wrong, many of the other political parties aren't particularly up to snuff. I mean, as far as I can see, I never really thought I'd think this, but the probably the best thing that we've got here in terms of an option is the Green Party these days. But Labour, who were the kind of like socialist end of like the British political spectrum, like they're in power right now, and like, but they've become so much more like mainstream. They're very like establishment. Like they do a little bit better for the people than the Tories, which is what we call our Conservative Party, guys on the right. But I mean, there's so little difference between the main parties now. It might as well be like blue Tory, red Tory, yellow Tory, and then like Reform on the extreme right wing end of just like being like very anti-immigrant and like protesting on that basis. Yeah, sorry, I thought I'd just like give you a little overview comparison of the sort of things that you've got going on there. For us, it's less an appeal to the religious. It's just like the base xenophobia, which does, I think, from my impression, form part of what's going on the Christian right and the fundamentalist, the theocratic movement in the States. As my view from an outsider. But we've got kind of like a similar quote unquote threat, but it's just not as religiously based. It's just much more just the them and us. They're from somewhere else, therefore they're bad. sort of thing.
If Jesus could be resurrected and came back, I could just imagine him thinking, damn, how did y'all get to all this based on anything I said?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I think it'd blow his mind. He'd be like, how the hell did you get here?
Right.
Come on, Scott. Be fair. All of that stuff that Jesus said about advocating for gun rights. I mean, you can't just ignore that.
Yeah, the gays and
Right,
trans.
like Jesus is anti-gay or anti-trans.
Yeah,
Like, really? I mean, how do we get there?
right. It just shows you that basically people are just going to believe what they want to believe, you know, and they'll just ad hoc start, you know, post hoc interpret the Bible through that lens. You know, it's like you said, Paul, the Bible is kind of like a multiple choice of beliefs. You can use it to justify just about anything.
Well, I mean, the fact is that Jesus, if he was born today, would probably end up in an immigration camp on the U.S. border, and you'd have the so-called Christian nationalists cheering on his imprisonment. So,
Oh yeah.
Well, Jesus' spiritual leader, what's her name? Something White, Paula White or whatever. She said, actually, if Jesus was born again, he would be Trump.
oh,
Yeah, well, he would just be the best Jesus. Everybody would know that he's the best Jesus.
Yeah.
oh, is that why they made a golden statue of him?
Yeah, exactly.
There's just obviously no golden calf analogy at all.
No, not at all. How do you connect those two? I don't get it now.
From a non-dualist perspective, that there isn't even any debate over whether Jesus was God. But the non-dualist is like the part that we would contest would be to say, well, like, contest the exclusive.
Well, I mean, Jesus himself.
Jesus is God, same as everybody else is. There's nothing else for us to be. That is what exists.
You know, Jesus himself said, isn't it written that ye are all gods? When they were accusing him of making himself God.
Yes.
I mean, that gets pretty non-dual, like heavy.
And it gets
like
really,
that's almost undeniable evidence right
it's
there.
really interesting when you look at these things that Jesus said in context of the time that he existed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not like he's saying these things today.
Right.
So it could be the things he was saying just were so radical in its, you know, in that time. And then people took it and went in different directions, and the Catholic Church ended up being the winning teaching, representing him, you know. And there we go. And many years later, we have people still feeling they represent him. And
I would slightly refine that. Luke, sorry, Luke. I would slightly refine what you said. You said it was radical for the time, and I would say it's radical. It was radical for the time and place, because at the time there were other places where Jesus' teachings were just like there were nothing new.
Yeah,
right.
They were. He was just teaching to what to some people was just like just basic understanding. It wasn't, you know.
What you really got to understand, though, the Pharisees, and the Sadducees, and the Pharisees, you got to understand they were very dualistic. They were considered dualists, so they thought about God as separate from the creation. They saw evil versus good, light versus darkness, you know, sin versus sinless. You know, they had a lot of dualistic sort of notions about reality, whereas in like maybe in the Far East, the Jesus teachings were kind of normal. Like he said, ye are all gods. Like, you know, that's pretty non-dualist right there.
Yep. There were places where what Jesus taught was just like saying the sun rises in the east. It was, you know, just completely normal stuff. But
and he
yeah,
just said, I'm looking at
radical for the place and time. So yeah, sorry, I know I was getting a bit finicky there, and I sort of cut you off of the thing that you were saying, Lou.
I think it was radical for the Jews at the time.
Yeah, right.
You know?
Right.
So
now looking at John 10:34-36, he says, ye are all gods, even though you die, we are mortal. So yeah, that's non-dualism. That there's no question about that.
Like I'm still waiting for Christians to actually live by what Jesus has said, which it's like Jesus told the rich young man to sell all of his possessions, give the money to the poor, and follow him to gain treasure in heaven. It's like I don't see any modern day Christian willing to give up all their material wealth. So
right, and that's
maybe the excuse is they say that part was a metaphor.
Well, I think when Jesus said that, if he did say that, and that's a whole other discussion, whether he actually said these things, or whether I mean, I'm not sure he absolutely existed. I'm not positive about that, but assuming he did, and assuming he said these things, I mean, that's something that is not what the religions do. They don't do any of that.
None. And that's what I'm saying is that he says, he tells his disciples, for when you do the least to them, you are doing it to me. Or when you're doing to the least of these, you are doing it to me. That should really encourage the Christian to be more giving and more empathetic, because when you're doing that to others, even the least among you, you're doing it to Jesus himself, from what that scripture just said. So, but of course they'll just explain it away. Oh, that didn't really mean, he didn't mean it literally, or whatever. Like,
so guys, you all identify as atheists, right?
Yeah,
I do.
Okay, so from my perspective, I hear all this stuff. I don't hear atheism. I hear reformism. I think you're reformists.
that's what I was saying. Me and Lou,
I think that you care about. I think that you care about the contents of the Bible, the teachings of Jesus. I think that you care more about that than a lot of self-identified Christians. And so,
one of the reasons why
atheism, and you say you subscribe to atheism, but for me, I'm hearing reformism. I'm hearing something a little bit different than this is all, because really.
Well, I mean, the way I would put it though is it's like atheism. It's like I don't believe in God, and okay, well that only answers that. Like when I'm looking for like an actual way of living my life, like a framework, it's like I find that in humanism, and and it's like when it comes to humanism, well, it's like I can look at other worldviews like Christianity and be like, all right, what did Jesus say? Jesus says love thy enemy. Or that's very radical, but that's very interesting, and like maybe that there's something to that. Jesus said love thy neighbor above all else, beside, and love thy God. Maybe I don't believe in God, but I love my neighbor. And, if we're going to say neighbor as in everyone, it's like, I can like take things from different religions that, try to make positive changes in the world. It's like, it's like being the cafeteria Christian, but without, being the Christian.
Yeah. I take notes from Jesus. I learned so much about Jesus when I was Christian, and some of the things I still like. If someone says, do you believe in the things Jesus said? I'll say, well, some of the things that he said, yeah, I agree with some of the things he said, and I'm atheist, right? But I'm atheist simply because I don't believe in God. That's it. There's nothing more to it.
Yeah, it's kind of
I absolutely have a cafeteria religion. I mean, people use that as an insult, but I don't see it that way. I see it as like you vibe with what you vibe with. You take the source of value and wisdom where you can find a source of value and wisdom. Like we've got so much connection to like Stoicism, to Buddhism, Taoism, Christian mysticism. There's so many sort of potential sources of wisdom. Like, why would you lock yourself in to just one tradition and that tradition only, and like forgo all of the rest and say no, this is the way? We don't need to do that shit anymore. We've got access to stuff. We can take the best of it and cast the worst of all away. We've got that freedom. We've got, you know.
I wish there were more cafeteria Christians. Although I would specify, I wish there were more cafeteria Christians who took the good passages and not the cafeteria Christians who are like hate the gays. And, you know.
Very good point. Very good point. Yeah.
The cafeteria is awesome, man. You can get all kinds of stuff. You're not locked into just a hamburger. You know, you don't have to eat tacos if you don't want. But yeah, man. Well, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go see my mom. It's Mama's Day, and so I'm gonna do that. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a different Mother's Day over here. It's
Well,
I don't know why.
Which one is ontologically correct, though? So, all right, man. I'm going to get off here, man. Thanks for all the participation. And,
great.
We'll look back at it.
Love to chat with you guys. Great.
Have a wonderful day.
You too.
And it's going to bug me, actually. I didn't answer one of Lou's questions that I really wanted to. It's about, does philosophy prove anything? I think maybe what you meant was, does metaphysics prove anything? You don't prove anything in metaphysics, but within the realm of philosophy, you've got like logical proofs and stuff, so you can prove stuff along those lines. Sorry, I know we're trying to close,
I'm
but
glad you got to that because I wanted to get that addressed as well.
yeah, that for me was just like an extra little dangling thing. It was bugging me. Every other conversation we had, I was like, I still didn't answer that question properly.
Yeah, because he asked that a lot.
I mean, philosophy as a whole is, it's not, good at, proving things, but I would say that just, philosophy is useful when you take it for, auditing what you believe in, like, to explore if what you believe in is truly justified.
Yep.
And it is one of very few places where you can get proof, because you can get mathematical proofs, you can get philosophical proofs, and also there's proof in something to do with alcohol.
Something.
Yeah, that's why I always say proof is good for math and alcohol.
Yeah.
Not so good for science. It's science that doesn't have the proof. That's what it is. Science doesn't have the proof. Science just has the evidence, the support, models. And,
it has prevailing theory.
Yeah, but it's not in the game of truth. It's not trying to, because science wants to be open and tentative and apply falsifiability, right?
Yeah.
And so it doesn't want to prove stuff. It wants to disprove stuff.
It's better at telling you what's false.
Yeah, it wants to tell you what can't work. This can't work under that. So let's look at other things. But logic, there is proof. Mathematics, there is proof. But those only are proven within their respective frameworks, because every framework or model or proof is contingent on some assumption that needs to be proven. So even if you prove that assumption, now you've got to prove the assumption that went into that assumption. So
and even in mathematics, they still deal with axioms where it's just like, no, we stop here.
Right. Right.
Everything bottoms out somewhere.
Yeah, even in mathematics, there's no equation for understanding equations. Like there's no way you can prove you understood anything. And that's part of the problem with AI stuff. People are like, well, do they really understand what they're telling you? When it's all just algorithms and stuff like that. And people like Roger Penrose will say, no, the AI doesn't understand what it's saying. It's just spitting out, answers like a calculator, like a fancy calculator. Whereas humans, we actually understand what we're denying and what we're agreeing into. We understand it from an emotional point of view or a committed point of view. And that's the difference. But there's no mathematical equation to describe that understanding. And so that's where we say that consciousness, or whatever we're calling that understanding, is kind of transcendent from algorithm, you know. But anyways, man, I got to get on out. And yeah, we'll pick up another topic. Maybe we should do that big long topic you were talking about, Paul, next time.
The why call it God stuff,
Yeah.
for and again, using the term. Yeah, that's a good idea.
There we go. Let's do it, man.
That's me saying it's a good idea when it was my idea. So, yeah,
exactly.
a bit of self patting on the back there.
Yeah, you're such a great ego. You're the best ego. You are the best ego that exists out there.
Was that before or after he killed the Christians?
Yeah. Yeah.
But Scott, I transcended my ego. Therefore, I'm now better than everybody that hasn't.
That's right. See, I got rid of that ego. Now I'm better than all y'all. All right, man. Let me get out, guys. I love y'all. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Smashing. See you later, guys.
Later.